Call to order the Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Tuesday, February 17th. First item on the agenda is Director of Finance funding request.
So we had a fire on the rescue truck.
Ooh.
And Sean could tell you more about the details, but it damaged the generator and the jaws of life equipment. And the jaws of life equipment that was damaged it's obsolete. So we put it through insurance, and because the type out now is considered a betterment, they've covered a portion of the damage.
What do you mean a betterment?
In other words, the ones out now are battery powered.
Oh,
They don't have
Oh, it's an improvement.
improvement. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, and betterment's like an improvement.
yeah.
So it's discounted because it's not the same as the item that was damaged.
So we don't have a replacement coverage.
Right. We have replacement for like,
Yeah. But-
not for complete placement.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's important to note that the one thing we were up against was more costly. In other words, what we didn't want to happen was for them to total the truck. Because if they totaled the truck, that is an option, then we would need a new rescue truck.
But they wouldn't cover it?
They would cover totaling the truck, but it's not much more than what they're giving us.
I see.
Significantly less than what a new one would cost.
Right.
Okay.
It's like when you total a car and you get $500 and you have to buy one for 30,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
If you're lucky.
Right.
Got it.
It's the same scenario. So we felt it was better to do it this route than to. Do you remember how much the total value was?
Yeah, it's, the total that we need, the total on the equipment in the truck is 185.
180.
80 for
Right.
25. The insurance is covering 107, 404, 46.
So you'll see it in the detail. This just happened literally, Friday? This morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So we've been going back and forth with the insurance company because at a point, like Tony said, they wanted to total out the truck. The problem with totaling out the truck is we would probably get, the truck is right around 185,000 what it's worth. So we would probably end up getting that, but a new truck is $1 million. So we're back to this where we have it in our truck replacement program, I think in 5 years out from now.
Okay.
But to get us through, what happened was the generator caught fire during a training evolution, and with the generator, it's also a bunch of wiring in the unit itself that ties into the AMCA system. It's a unit that sits on the truck, and it had the hydraulic hoses that came out that did the tools to cut people out of vehicles, red doors, the rams, all that. The unit itself can't be fixed because it's obsolete now and they don't make it. So almost everybody has gone over to battery operated tools, which we have some battery operated tools now, but they don't make the unit anymore. They don't make parts, so we can replace it to get the unit back up and running. The only option is we had to go to battery, which that's where we're running into the difference. So the tools, they gave us 50% betterment for, and the generator, they only gave us 35%. So the generator has to be replaced on the truck, and then the tools have to be replaced.
And just to be clear, Sean, nobody was hurt and
No,
the rest
no
of
one
the
was
truck
hurt.
is okay?
Yep, so they're going through and they're seeing if any wiring was damaged in result of the fire on the truck. And if that happens, there'll be a supplement to that, but other than that, everything else is pretty much good. The fire wasn't as bad as where the whole truck or the paint peeled off or anything else. The fire was contained underneath the truck. We were able to get it out pretty quick, but there was damage done to the AMCA unit, which is the primary purpose of that truck. And there's no way to repair it or fix it because even the engineers are gone, so no one does it anymore because it's too costly, where a battery operated tool is a lot easier to make and it's cheaper. You don't need hoses, you don't need the whole unit itself. It's just the actual tool.
And given our discussion about how long it takes to get a new truck, how long does it take to get the new equipment on a truck?
So to get
Assuming this is funded, how long does it
Amicus, if we were to order it today, we'd probably see the tools. I'm gonna say, I was on the phone with them today, probably in a month to 5 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks out. If we were to buy a new truck, we're probably 2 years out.
No,
maybe.
no, I just want for this equipment,
Yep.
but will we have to rely on mutual aid?
No, we have backup equipment that
Okay.
previously were using, but we need to replace the equipment that was on this truck. Because we are missing rams, we're missing 2 spreaders, 2 cutters. So these are primary pieces when you're in an accident, but we do have redundant pieces in case one were to fail. We always fail over to another one.
Thank you.
So this would come from contingents?
No, there's a number of accounts. I had a,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
am
second
too.
page has a list of
Which
6 or 7
page? I
accounts.
couldn't
After,
find it.
Well,
third page after the funding request on.
I'll
on
start
the
by
memo.
asking to see if there's a motion to,
I'll make the motion to make the line item transfer number 2526-15 for $78,480.
is there a second? Thank you.
So can you, Tony, just help me
Sure,
understand?
these are all projects that are completed.
Okay, so
Like
there
the
was
road.
Like-
9,000
It's from a roof-
remaining for the roof?
It was a
that
roofing
wasn't
project that wasn't,
required?
yeah, that was from a while back. There's a tanker truck that was purchased a while back. There's, the first line was left in the, after we did the study for the country club.
So this is all from this fiscal year?
Some of the projects have gone back previous years, but these are all projects that have been completed.
Capital projects.
Capital
correct?
projects.
Capital
What's the
projects.
Amity Board of Ed?
That's the remainders coming from their surplus from the Amity Board of Ed. So it's a bunch of capital projects, and I took the rest from the surplus from the Amity Board of Ed.
And are there any more like this to tackle Brad Parsons' list of things that are
Yeah,
delayed?
that's
Since some of
There's-
these are-
question.
There's probably going to be a few more, yes. And we're certainly putting together for March. So I've got some plans for how to fund each of these within our current budget.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, if there was money remaining like this in old accounts.
This is pretty much the last of them. Every once in a while,
Yeah, I
I'll
feel
use
like
one
we
for a
should be
project.
putting them towards other capital projects that are clearly not,
Well, there's,
haven't been funded for too long.
Right.
The state of state of our infrastructure at this point in time, it's good to have this kind of thing available, and so we could use it in a situation like this that wouldn't have come up. So we're hesitant to use it for, trying to save it for an emergency situation, because we don't have a lot of latitude. We don't have a lot of this available,
Right.
so.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a lot of money available, period, and
Correct.
we have our capital demands
Correct.
are larger than our
Correct.
budget. So, just trying to think forward to avoid 10 years from now being in the situation we're in now, that I think probably could have been slightly avoided with different capital planning. But this seems like a good use of the funds, if we don't have it in contingency.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
we're gonna need that contingency for the snowstorm, the next
Yeah.
snowstorm too.
Winter's not
All
over
right,
yet.
any other discussion?
Sean, the one you said we have on the backup, we didn't really talk about that much as far as backup is concerned. How critical is the backup, so we're clear on that? How critical is it to have two as opposed to one?
You need it, because if one were to fail, you need to have another one. To call mutual aid, you're talking at least 20 minutes out, 15, 20 minutes out to get another tool there. We always have backups. In case one goes down, we would fail over to another one. If we have multiple extrications going, we'll use multiple tools at the same time. So it is critical that we get this piece replaced.
So Bethany, for example, who doesn't have a volunteer or department, do
Is it
they have one of
Bethany?
these?
They have volunteer.
They volunteer.
Okay, so they have.
They don't have a police department.
Oh,
They
all
do
right,
not,
fire department.
correct.
All right, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Do they have tools, yes.
Yeah.
They have rescue tools.
But right now, you're basically relying on the backup
Correct.
tools for now. But, and you'd have
When
to
we
call
go,
for
when we go to
mutual
a
aid
motor
if
vehicle
those.
accident, we have multiple trucks go, and we usually have 2 trucks at least that have tools on them. So if one were to fail, we would fail over to the other one, or if one gets there faster, we pull one off of that truck.
Okay.
Yes.
And
And I
then if you're, because you're short this equipment, you would have to call for mutual aid in the
If
event
one,
that
if it
something.
were to go down, yes, we would call for one.
Okay.
How certain are you of these budget numbers? The 185, you said there was something still being checked about wires.
So it would be a supplement on top of this with the insurance company, so we'll go back through the insurance, and then they would have to figure it out. But they were pretty, SVI, who has the truck, they're pretty confident with the numbers to repair whatever wiring needs to be repaired.
Okay.
Any other questions? All in favor of the line item transfer?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Do you want to do?
Oh, I'm sorry.
going to abstain
Oh, you weren't part of
Just-
the discussion.
because
Thank
I
you, I'm
wasn't here
sorry,
for the
Mary.
other part
Thank
of the
you.
discussion. But that's the
Thought I
only
saw your
reason.
hand.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Sean.
Chief.
Mika, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
And your motion is?
The motion is to add discussion of the memo Amy and I submitted on February 9th, 2026 about town planning and prioritization. In that memo, we requested this initial discussion be incorporated into our February 17th, 2026 meeting, which is upon us. Do I have a second
I'd second that.
discussion?
My sense is it's not real, this meeting is primarily, and it generally takes a good amount of time for us to discuss the agenda item, which is obviously the budget. And that particular, we do have that scheduled for discussion on in our March meeting. I'm not sure how the memo pertains to the budget specifically. So we thought if we discussed it, there's, I'm not, nor do I see the urgency in terms of having to discuss it prior to the 11th of March. And would like to have as much opportunity as possible to make sure we have the time for the agenda item of the
Okay.
budget.
I appreciate that motion, certainly. I didn't know it was thought for March 11th, so.
It is on the, it is, we've already,
I mean, I haven't seen that agenda, so how do
we
know?
did intend to
It's nice
just,
that you have this far in advance, but we have not had that privilege. So I am fine if you are, Amy, waiting to March 11th. I do think there is a great sense of urgency, given our growth plan certainly relates to finances, and a lot of these issues are kind of time sensitive and seem to be among, in agreement. I think we share agreement of the time sensitivity to addressing like the POCD and our housing needs. And so, do you have anything to add, Amy, to the discussion? Are you okay with that path forward?
No, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
As long as we do have a robust discussion covering all items in that document.
Okay.
Could I make a suggestion as well?
Absolutely.
I think it was great to see some of those planning items and some actionable items in the memo, and I might suggest we also bring it up at strategic planning and talk about it. And I think a lot of the items that were in there are things that are already in progress or things that have already been completed, and I think it's great to continue to build on those and bring those action items, to our boards and commissions. So I'd be happy, to see that on a strategic planning agenda as in addition to,
Yeah,
not in place of, but in addition to.
I
Well, we're
really,
meeting next week, so we can discuss it.
I really appreciate that, Maria, and I think that can align really nicely. I don't know anything that's been completed on this list, so I'm curious to hear when we do have our discussion what you have. I can understand some things might be in progress, but I also think having those touch points where we discuss them publicly is beneficial to ensure we're all on the same page of that progress and like the people understand what progress is being done.
To that point, I strongly suggest that we review the POCD in terms of some of the differences that were made, because the POCD, that final POCD is different than the draft POCD we received, significantly different. So I think it's important that, I just want to mention that as being one of the things we prepare for, is if we're going to, that's part of the discussion. That's one of the things that is completed with contingency that we would like to see. We would like to engage more boards and commissions in a effort to review it again to see if there's anything in light of the new legislation that's up that we can do with that.
So, but
So-
I would have to disagree, because I looked at it, I had specifically commented that it didn't have a map of a public water supply watershed. That was a comment on November 3rd. It's still not in there. So it does have some obvious gaps, since that's critical. The watershed is critical to the zoning choices that our town has made. So, I mean,
I understand.
it may be better, but it still wasn't,
Everything you may
it
want it
wasn't
to be.
caught up completely with all the comments that they had received, and I realize they were under a timeline, but I think we need to look back to those comments as well as look forward to the new housing law
Appreciate it.
and updating it.
Sounds good.
So
I had a motion and a second. I appreciate the discussion.
withdraw.
Yeah, I guess I just withdraw the motion unless Alice.
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
Yes, yes. After discussion, the option
yes.
remains that you can now withdraw.
All right, so I withdraw the motion and look forward to discussing more on March 11th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will put it on the strategic plan agenda as I prepare for you guys meeting next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for that suggestion, Maria.
We have another funding request, or was that it?
That was it.
Oh,
I didn't remember.
I thought it was over, so.
It was a longer document
Than the usual ones
than
are.
the usual ones are, so I was going through.
A lot of
There was
insurance
there was a bigger
material.
one in there, but I see.
Next item on the agenda is a discussion of the 2027 fiscal year budget and recommendation to be filed with the Board of Finance. What I'd like to do is just, I added, without a whole lot of explanation, obviously, because there's, just to make people aware, I added the reports on two pieces of property within the town. 52 Brookwood and 38 in Myland. These are reports that were delivered to the Board of Selectmen by the Commission on the Use of Publicly Owned Property. And they're two pieces of property that are deed restricted for single-family residential use only. They're two pieces of properties that were foreclosed upon for tax purposes and and are currently vacant and available, obviously not bringing any income into the town from a tax perspective, because the town now owns them. And it was brought to the board as potential properties that the town can sell. Considering the circumstances we have with the budget, particularly this year, we thought it would be prudent for us to take a look at this and see if there is an opportunity here for us to utilize the funding in the sale of through the sale of those two properties. I asked the chair of our CUPOP to be here just in case there were any particular questions that anybody might have on those reports, to see if there's anything she can offer along those lines. So just in the interest of her time, would just like to start by asking to see if there's anybody who has any questions as relates to that.
So I have a question.
Please.
I understand there's a deed restriction on both of them for single family.
Yeah, please,
But
Nicole.
I actually have an idea of how we can do a win-win here. We can make some money, but also move forward on our housing goals. And as far as I know, that wouldn't be at a conflict with the deed restriction, but you might have to look at it. So my suggestion is that we advertise this for sale, both of these properties, specifically as single-family, age-restricted homes that include an ADU with a 10-year restriction. We've talked about that there is senior housing needs in this town. These would both be meeting senior housing needs, but they would also be helping us with our affordability goals, because as I understand it, over 55 counts at least somewhat. You said that about
Half.
Toll Brothers?
About half.
Well, but something. And the ADUs as well would count. And furthermore, we wouldn't be adding to our denominator of more single-family homes. So I think it's helpful with the math as well. I know that Al Smith once mentioned to me, a well-respected retired attorney in town, that you can actually structure a sale so it is conditional in these kinds of terms. So I just would appreciate Coupop taking a look back at this idea. I think it's possible we might get less money, but I think at the same time, it furthers our goals enough that I don't think it would be a lot less money if indeed there is a market out there. And we're hearing that there are people who want age-friendly housing, so that is still in Woodbridge. So that's why I come up with this suggestion.
I wanted to, and that's, a good point. We initially had looked at these properties as a potential to increase our affordable housing stock in town, and given our budget situation, we now have to reassess the recommendation. My concern regarding, I just happen to have 52 Brookwood open. I don't know if anyone else has it open right now. My only concern is, of course, the attorney would look at it, our town attorney, but there are the deed restrictions that limit it to the single-family usage and are very specific as to what can be erected on the property. Certainly, if an ADU can be added to the property, that would be a good. Oh, you actually can't hear me? Oof, never heard that before.
We can, it's probably for the
Oh, okay.
the viewers at home.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand that as a matter of zoning, ADUs are as of right, so.
Right.
And I would at
Perfect.
least argue that he should look to see if it's not prohibited, then it's allowed. If it's not expressly prohibited, then it's allowed, because it still would be a single-family home by our definition of our, but it would provide a little bit more, so.
We actually have a meeting coming up next week, so that would be before your March 11th, I think you said, meeting. So we can certainly look into that and hopefully be able to report back to you on March 11th.
And I did review with the attorney some of this is not something I asked him about specifically. I think it's a really good idea to just see if it is. Chances are it might be less than what we could otherwise obtain, but it's certainly worth leveraging. The other, from a budget perspective, the other element of this sale is obviously not knowing specifically what you can get, and we have to do the budget before May. And not likely we would have made any headway in terms of sale of the property, enough headway. The option would be obviously to use fund balance to make up the difference. So that's still an option, so it would just be more of that than less of that in terms of what we would do.
So I did look at what the numbers were in the budget, and the presumption is that the two properties together would sell for $550,000. I would certainly want us to aim high. Obviously, we don't want to undercut ourselves before we go out to the public market. But I saw that there's only two properties on Realtor.com for sale. One has several acres, 7.5. The one that's more comparable, Burma Road, is in the closing stage at 185.
We
for a
looked
lot.
at,
So I would ask that we just take another look at what is a reach, but a reasonable reach in calculating our budget.
part of the
That was my
process.
concern as well, especially since they were both, I believe both lots are undersized from the 1.5 they're both under 1.5 acres.
Just a little, yeah.
Just, yeah.
I missed the first part of what you had said. Deed restricting the homes and the ADUs for 55 and under, or just the ADUs? Just as a point of
Just the
clarification.
Yeah, I would
didn't-
actually say both. My idea is that you want it marketed as a senior home, right? 55 and older that has the advantage of the ADU. So if you want to live in, right? Or if you have you're 55 or older and you've got some young, 20-something or other's child who is looking to live in Woodbridge, you've got an ADU. There are multiple ways it can
Right.
be useful. And then it can be an ADU that's deed restricted, that you just use it as your guest suite. Who knows?
The deed restriction isn't an issue. If you restrict the ADU if you age restrict the ADU, that's kind of a problem.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
The
okay.
ADU would be
Okay,
the primary, I mean,
What I'm saying is the primary home would be age age restricted.
Understood.
And then the ADU would be 10
Available,
years. But
But-
available then, it would be affordability deed restriction, not an age restriction.
Understood.
It would be the AMI. But I think that actually, I can tell you as somebody who's now receiving Medicare, I am aware of people who are planning in these kind of ways, so I think it should be marketable without any significant decrease from a town tax.
What we can consider as well is that there's other properties that can potentially meet the criteria that we're talking about, that can be used in a similar fashion, that would also support what we're doing beyond just these two properties. These were two properties that we had specifically received reports on, had already looked at the potential of using them for affordability purposes, and so they fit the bill. We looked at about 5 or 6 other properties that we looked at that were available in Woodbridge. Some of them were larger, but all of them were between $250,000 and $350,000 or higher in terms of the larger ones. So the number we put in here is, like you said, a stretch. We'd like to get as much as possible. But that's why I wanted to make sure that everyone understood the caveat was, from a budgeting standpoint, if we didn't secure what we needed to secure, we would have to take that out of, we could still meet the budget responsibility through our fund balance, which we would rather avoid. But we would also have some time to look at other properties that we could do the same thing with. The ones that I think of in particular, and I know you haven't looked at this entirely right now, and we have some work to do on it, is the theater lots that we've been acquiring for quite some time. And we're at a point now where if we can combine them, we have some potential there as well. Even without
ideas
sewer
for
and
that
water.
too.
I know, and I actually have a very good report on the theater lots. Actually, Dan, I always say Dan's last name wrong, Rakuchia, please tell me I'm correct, who's on my commission, who did a fantastic above and beyond job researching the theater lots, and I would encourage everyone to review that report when it comes through. It should be delivered to you hopefully after our next meeting next week, and researched all those properties. So I encourage everyone to look at that, and I'd love to hear some ideas on that as well. But we certainly, we are due to provide a report to the Board of Selectmen,
That's what I was gonna
update.
mention.
I haven't been before you since December 2024 on properties that we've reviewed. And to Mika's point, we are towards the end of reviewing all the Category 3 properties that are town-owned, and there only were approximately, I want to say, 5 properties out of all the properties under Category 3 that could, after our environmental reviews and deed restriction reviews, could even potentially be investigated for opportunity housing or some type of a change in use. So perhaps that should be on an agenda. I know you have a lot going on with the budget, but given the urgency of our affordable housing issue as well as the budget, perhaps that's something that we should move forward on sooner than later.
We can accommodate that, Nicole, and that would be great. Yes, I was going to mention that. We would like you to come again and give us when you're ready. I know you were working on the theater lots in particular, and
Right.
very interested in hearing what you've come up with on that.
And that will be on our agenda next week as
So-
well, again. And so just to clarify, Amy, I just want to make sure. So the thought process is to investigate the potential for a deed-restricted main home.
That's
and
55 and older.
unrestricted, right, 55 and over, and non-restricted ADU potential.
But the ADU is not age restricted, but it
Right.
is 10-year.
10-year, right.
Affordability restricted.
Affordability restriction.
There are different restrictions.
Right,
but-
affordability
But
and.
each needs to meet our goals of making progress on housing in their own way.
All right.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this not only helps achieve those goals,
Right.
but without increasing our denominator,
Right.
which is often left out of the conversation, but an
The
important
denominator-
consideration.
The denominator, when you say that, I'll have our town planner come in and again explain what we're really looking towards from a housing perspective is the HUE points, the points. It's the
And
points.
we do need a discussion of that because.
Yes, because it's
being
not
done
related
all
to
in
the
town.
percentage. It's not related, it's related to the percentage only in that the amount of points is based on your total housing and 2% of the total housing. So the 2%
Right.
is where the number comes in. In our case, because we're so small, the minimum is 75 points. So what we're looking for is 75 points.
Yeah, we need to be
and
educated on
so, yeah,
that.
so.
I would certainly benefit from an education on that. I'm
We
sure
will,
there's-
I've talked to
would
Mike
as
D'Amato in regards to this, but I'm speaking to a lot of people, and there does seem to be a misconception in terms of, well, if we keep, the best way to do it is in the set aside, and I don't want to get into a different topic, but anyway,
Right.
we'll do some more on that.
Education.
And if I could, just one more thought about this, I also think that what I'm suggesting would be something that the neighbors would be fine with. Because I do think if we're selling town property, we do need to consider what the
Absolutely.
reaction is of the neighborhood. But what I believe this just proposal is something that the neighbors would say, yeah, that's fine.
Are the
So
neighbors?
it wouldn't create an upset.
Right, right,
And I do think we need to be respectful of existing homeowners.
right.
Nicole, are the neighbors considered when putting together a recommendation like this? Are they engaged at all?
Anytime, go on, Nicole,
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
go ahead, do you want to answer?
No, go ahead.
Excuse me, I think I have the illness everybody has in this building. So we did not hear from any of the neighbors regarding this, and we did
Okay.
not provide notice to the neighbors
Okay.
from the meeting. So no, we have not heard from the
Okay.
neighbors regarding this.
As part of the process, notification of what's the word that I'm looking for when you?
Abutters?
We're gonna do it.
Abutters, thank you, Amy. The abutters have to be notified, so that's something
that
that,
it's in review,
that,
or what the
before we can take any
recommendation is?
action. No, as we're reviewing it, we don't know what we're gonna do, so we
Yeah.
don't tell them right
Okay.
now, but we could certainly, it's public knowledge, hopefully they will, if will come in, ask any questions, and we can provide whatever information they might be looking for. But it is part of the process in terms of making sure that they understand before any action is taken that this is happening.
Right. So when to initiate any action, it starts with us at the Board of Selectmen to decide we want to move things forward. This is 4-8 in the, that we've looked at, this related to the ag lands as well, purchase and sale of real property. We'd have to have a special town meeting in order to authorize
Yeah.
the sale of the property, so, and we should notify abutters if we want to do it. But in terms of, it sounds like we have general support for pursuing this, or for looking at this, and so in an upcoming meeting, we might want to be taking action and setting up a public meeting.
My general support is conditional right now on getting these two aspects that I'm
Well,
asking for.
Support for looking at it
Yes.
is what I'm
Yes.
getting at.
Yes.
So we
Yes.
should be
I
prepared to
would
have a
like a
more
win-win.
thorough
Amy, just,
discussion.
again,
Yeah.
when we looked at it last time, which was most of us here at in this room, we were looking at it from an affordability standpoint, so it's very consistent with what we were looking to do previously. So that's certainly not a problem. The ADU piece is a nice twist, and we should look at it. So,
Thanks, Nicole.
Nicole, thank you very much.
More properties to come, I guess.
Yes, please.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. So, for the next portion of our meeting, I think it might be prudent for me to, Tony, your summary that you provided,
Yes. I'm
and to
happy
review
go
those
through that.
summaries.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of summaries, so tell us, be clear about which one we're supposed to be looking at.
So the first one I would look at is the recommended budget summary. It says, that's the summary of the budget as a whole.
Budget recommendation documents, look at
No,
that.
it's the recommended budget summary.
It's in our budget folder.
It's in the budget recommendation. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Budget by category, budget summary, okay, that one, thank you.
So this is a snapshot of the entire budget, and just want to show you sort of where we are. So we went through and made a series of suggestions that I've outlined for you on a separate document, and essentially those changes or suggestions, which we will go over in a few minutes, brings the expenditure budget from 65,245,964, you see the requested expenditures, to 63,232,104, which would be a 3.5% expenditure increase. The non-tax revenues go from 6,220,594 to 5,474,157, reduction of 15%. And the mill rate goes from 35.09 to 32.62 from the current year to 34.22, which is a 4.9% increase.
I have some questions first. So, terms of the budgets, there were a few things that weren't covered in our budget meeting discussions, and I want to see, or happened afterwards. So I just want to make sure all of them are in this document, one
Okay.
way or another. One is the town hall reorganization proposal, which does have a differential. Or are we just going to deal with that later once we make a decision? Because I haven't weighed in on that, but if
We're not, well, we don't know. The recommended changes are contingent upon us, obviously, bringing in new resources and changing the resources that we have. We don't know if that'll happen in 3 months or in 7 months.
Okay.
We can't start the budget in July if we don't have those resources in place. So we'd have to budget based on our existing services, where we are. The intent of the reorg was very specifically to make sure that it was held neutral and not increasing the budget so that whatever budget was proposed, we would stay relatively within it.
Well, it was $20,000 more, but for
Only
purposes
if
our
we-
budget.
Only if we added the economic development. That was a $25,000.
Okay,
consultant.
so we'll get to that then in detail, but, okay, so, the other thing that I had a question about is,
Wait, I'm sorry, just to clarify though, so you're saying none of that reorg is reflected in this proposed budget?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I
Correct.
just wanted.
Okay, all right, then the state funding drop, I think, is there?
Yes.
Due to the mill rate
Yeah.
change, that's
Yes.
the intergovernmental
Correct,
line?
yeah, from 2.8
Okay.
to 1.2.
And then, I think I saw earlier, in a more detailed document that the new fire truck lease payment is also reflected.
Yes,
It is.
And then, I wasn't sure whether or not, as I recalled from the discussion with Brad about the building department's need, we asked him to come back with his top 5 priorities. Are they now budgeted?
so we've kept his budget as to what he requested for next year.
Yeah.
And he's come back with some priorities for funding,
Right.
which,
So how are we gonna fund this?
did we do that last meeting? Do you know?
No.
No, not yet?
No, they haven't
I
been
think that's
funded.
next meeting. We're sort of putting that together.
But you think we have money in this year's budget
Yes.
to cover all 5 of his priorities?
I'm not sure all 5, but once we go over that list and we'll see what we can cover this year, what we can't cover this year, I can always bring it up to the Board of Finance.
Okay, please do.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, my own perspective was that we've been underfunding these capital needs, and we need to start making
Yes.
progress.
Agreed,
Okay.
yeah.
And then, there was a question about health insurance costs. I understand that from the Beecher budget that there's been an improvement on health
There
insurance
has.
costs.
Well,
What about
they're
for
hoping
us?
there's improvement.
Okay.
Based on our claims, there
Right.
should be improvement. We'll have a much better idea, I believe, this was 2 weeks, so it's gonna be the week of the Board of Finance meeting. So my hope is to have the information for that meeting. We can certainly, for this budget, if you want to match what they did and bring it down to 10%, we can certainly do that.
What we did
But I was
is-
gonna wait until the final.
No, that's
Well,
fine.
we
I just
did,
want to
yeah,
understand
we-
where we are.
I'm hopeful
We
it's
brought down
8%.
the insurance
Yeah.
for the school, because they
Right,
feel
based
that they can do it.
on
But
Superintendent
we didn't-
Montini's number.
Correct.
Right.
But we did not bring ours down in the interest
In the
of
same
being
way.
conservative.
So we're still at
Right.
15%.
Correct.
Okay, these are sort of, I think they're easier to discuss globally, if that's all
Yeah,
right for
no, it's
people.
Sure.
So I have a couple more questions to that perspective. Apparently there was a posting of an RFQ for the police department.
Yes,
So,
we have the funding in the current year's budget for
so.
that.
I have so many questions about that. though.
Okay, well, then we'll get to that.
That to me feels like a whole separate agenda item. Though I understand it ties to.
We can certainly bring the results back of the RFQ,
I'm so.
and you can discuss the, you would of
I'm-
course have to award that or not award that.
Well, I don't want to interrupt Amy's flow. Do you want to come back to that, Amy, or
That's,
No,
Diane?
that's it for
that's
global
not
stuff.
that's not a budget-related item. That's this year's budget. That's a spending item for this
Okay.
year. That's not a budget-related item for next year.
Correct.
So are you saying I can't talk about it now? And
Well,
raise
I'm saying
questions?
we can bring it up at any point in time, but it's not related to this year's, the budget, what we're doing as far as the budget is concerned.
Okay.
So,
I'm just very confused about that. Even you can say there was money in the budget for it for in 26's budget
Mm-hmm.
for police renovations.
This
I
is for
understand
the,
that,
this is
but
for
the
the,
process I'm confused by, and the building, so,
Can I, pardon me, so
Yeah.
can I ask that we, just because we have a big budget set today, can we talk about it at our March meeting?
I
just
guess
it's a-
every meeting is big.
Well,
So
no, I know,
I
but,
just,
but our
this-
agenda item now is the 27 budget, not 26.
Yeah, okay.
That's
I
all.
understand, but
That-
then when documents come out that Board of Selectmen members haven't seen before and aren't aware of and are very confused about, and we haven't that was sent out just days before this meeting, so I'm happy to wait till March 11th, but
I'll just make a clarifying
I don't
point here.
appreciate how it was not communicated to us in advance of it being released. And I don't appreciate not having the opportunity to get some pretty basic
so
clarity.
I will clarify. It is not a surprise. We put in the budget as
For you.
that you were, no, you
Don't
were
speak
on.
for me, please.
You were on the Board of Selectmen when we voted to put in the budget monies for securing engineering and architectural resources for the police department in the center building. You were part of that, you were
Yeah,
part of
I'm
that.
not
We
saying I
voted
wasn't.
on that. That's what this is. So all it is we are actually executing on what we said we would do in monies that we put into the budget to perform a particular function. The coincidence in terms of when it happens is simply a coincidence.
Okay.
But we're not doing anything that we didn't already prepare for, budget for, and indicate we would be doing.
So I understand what you're trying to say. I don't necessarily agree with all of it. Yes, we had allocated money for the budget, and I agreed upon that. Did we discuss the process, and does this reflect the process that I understood what to pursue after voting on a budget line item? No. Similar to the town planner, it's just like you saying, oh, we budgeted for it so it could happen. That doesn't make it less disappointing, confusing, or unclear to me that when one town planner is unanimously selected without informing the board. It's so I think we view the process of board engagement and transparency to be very different, and I probably have different standards than you, Mika.
I'm happy
So
to review that with you
I look forward to
offline.
discussing this on March 11th. I don't know who the building committee is that's being referenced
It's
here.
the same one that there's been for years.
Which building committee? Because I haven't seen meetings
Pardon me,
at
can I
it
ask as a point of
since
order?
November
We are out of
24.
order. We are out of order. We're here to talk about the 27 budget.
Yes.
This is not for today's discussion.
Okay.
I understand.
It
I'm
came
happy.
up as a
That's what I'm-
question
Right, and that's
because
why
it
it needs
was
to get moved
unclear.
to the next meeting date. I'm happy to talk about it then, and we should just explore further.
All right.
Fully understood.
So, looking at the global document, I do have some questions, which when we get to line by line about revenue, so. But I think that, I just wanted to understand the context, which is why I was raising the issues that I did, or questions that I did.
Thank you. Tony?
Okay, so the discussion is broken into three sections: expenditures, revenues, and capital.
Okay, so which one are we doing
I'm
first?
happy to do whatever one you want.
Why don't we start with capital?
Capital, okay?
Cap. Is that the one that's 6 pages for 6 years?
6-year capital plan, correct.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question? The adjustment on the Amity budget, did that adjust to 1.54% or 1.89%?
Oh, yeah, actually, I forgot to raise that
'Cause I saw
question.
two
I haven't,
numbers.
And I-
so if you look on here, I did not make any adjustments to the Amity budget.
But Lauren had said something about them changing staffing.
So I contacted Terry about that, and when I contacted her, she said that they made some staffing adjustments, but there's some question about their health care, and they have to increase their budget because of their health care, and so she wasn't prepared to give me a figure.
Okay.
So
This was probably Friday?
I think we received an update from finance that said a revision was made, expenses were down from 2.21% increase to 1.54. And then our percentage of that is a 1.89% increase. Am I reading that
No,
correctly?
that was what we received. When we spoke with Terry again, they said that there might be additional factors that may change that number, so we didn't.
Right,
we
So you
move
didn't
over.
touch it from the original?
correct,
Two.
Correct.
correct.
Not
So we're
knowing
still-
exactly where it would be.
Okay, so what I'm, because
So
that's
there
why I'm
is
just
some
seeing
opportunity.
percentages like popping up all over the place?
Correct, and also
Okay.
because finance will have, they have the last look at this, and so that they should have this done, Amity should have in response to that before finance makes their final decision. So we're leaving it to them to take care of that. We didn't want to change it, not knowing for certain if it would be indeed be what we anticipated based on the information we received.
Right, and based on the last Board of Education meeting, it sounds like they have a tremendous amount of work to do based with those staffing considerations that were presented to us
Agreed.
based on public comment and discussion in the board. So I think there's a lot to sort out there, it looks like.
So we expect that this could be less than what is here, but we don't know for certain that that's the case. And so we will let the Board of Finance define specifically what that is.
Okay, all right, thanks. I was just getting confused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any question with Amity about what our percentage would be based on students, or is that based on a number that's fixed at this point
It's a number based on enrollment.
from last year?
From last.
or- Yeah.
Right.
so- okay.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
that's-
number isn't gonna change?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
where it was saying the 1.89%.
8, 9.
So I was just trying to sort out which numbers were reflecting which version of the superintendent's budget. Thank you.
Tony, just briefly, can you speak to what costs, if any, of the community cultural?
Sure.
center?
There is money in the building maintenance budget for, I left there's a sheet I put in for some of the costs.
Yeah,
So,
you gave us a separate sheet, which is 46,000 or
Oh,
something. like
cultural
that.
Correct, yeah,
center
yeah.
budget?
Right.
yeah, so those are all in this budget, either in the community center budget or in the building maintenance budget for the custodial charges.
Right, because the community center budget is below 30.
Just utilities, basically.
Okay.
Right, correct. And so in the, building maintenance, there's money for the custodial. It's in part-time
It's in
wages?
two departments,
Okay,
but the full 46,000 is included in the budget.
Correct,
okay.
correct.
Okay,
Capital, I'm gonna go to,
so this is a 4-page document that goes
Correct.
out 6 years?
correct.
Thank you.
And these
to be
are
sure
just-
I
And
got
again,
the right
what,
one.
I'm sorry, what is it called again? One more time.
Capital budget recommended capital budget summary.
Thank you.
It's in the folder.
And there's a lot of documents here.
No, I just missed it.
We all want to make sure we're reading the same document.
Yeah.
So this is, has the budget request, department request in the first column, and then the Board of Selectmen request in the second column. That's it.
Nick, can we get this turned on possibly?
Yeah, he asked me
And
earlier, if you guys want to show, present it for the public, I'll get,
You okay
hand
with
you the
that?
talk and it'll
Sure,
go
yeah.
onto both screens, that's all.
So, yeah, why not?
Yeah, that would be good.
So that way we know what we're looking at and we can
We're all
see
on the same
document, We're all on the
page.
same page.
Including the
yeah.
public, yeah.
Right.
Take like a
Yeah, break.
2 minute? 2 minute?
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute pause.
2 minute break, recess?
Okay.
We'll take, I can see that earlier.
has it up on the screen so everyone can see what we're looking at here?
So there were no changes to the Board of Education, as they had no projects in 2027.
Right.
Board of Selectmen, I don't believe we made any changes there either. All of these projects are bonded projects, as you can, has highlighted by the 3. Asterisk 3 means that it's a bonded project.
So if I could weigh in, as a new member of the Board of Selectmen, I do have concerns about this level of bonding until we hear from Tony about what the town can actually afford and what the consequences are. I also do have a continuing question about whether we should include the demolition as something that the town does, or whether that would be part of whatever eventually, property disposition decisions are made, because I could see that demolition at the same time as construction might be more cost efficient, ultimately, for all involved.
We would hope that we could, either through arrangements made as if we, depending on the disposition of the property, and/or through brownfield grants through the state, depending on, again, the disposition of the property, would we're hopeful that we would not have to incur that cost. That said, we've been trying to
Forecast
do
it.
things with the property for quite some time. And that building is a liability to the point where we should not continue to ignore it, but rather, if we're not going to do something that either allows us to work with the developer as part of the deal that we make with them, or work with the state as a part of what we end up doing with them and getting a grant, then we should take care of it on our own. So that's why the dollars are there. So I completely agree. I think there's opportunities that would help us to avoid incurring the cost. But should we continue to not make a decision on that property, this is something that needs to be done.
I should also make about the capital plan. So the goal of the capital plan is to put the capital requirements in the 6-year period to the best of your ability. The items for bonding are simply as to indicate what your
Placeholder.
priorities are and what you were, but it by no means commits you to anything.
Correct.
Because there's a separate process for that.
I understand, but it's
Yeah,
an
but it
endorsement by the
shows-
Board of Selectmen.
What it does is it shows
No, it's
the
not.
public and the rating agencies and all the different outside entities what capital projects may be heard by
is-
the town.
And it is not an endorsement by the Board of Selectmen. We've just conducted a year-long study in terms of what we know that we need to do something with Beecher Road School. So this just indicates, okay, what dollars should we put in there should this happen? But we're a long way from, or we haven't at this point in time defined that we will do it, something that we would potentially look at doing. We should.
That's
But-
my question, Mika, too. So is that where that 50 million is coming from the Beecher Infrastructure Committee and the contracted study that was done? We had a meeting on that prior to the election sometime, but.
Spring.
I think
September.
it was
Tri-board
spring.
The
meeting.
tri-board was in September.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't remember we haven't had a follow-up discussion about our path forward. So I'm just confused to see a number there, because we haven't committed to anything. So why are we budgeting for it this year when?
So the
We
plan
don't
in
have money.
September was that the committee was going to come back the end of February or so with a formal recommendation for a grant application for June, and we are on target for doing that, and you should hear about that in your March meeting.
Okay. I just,
It's for
like, we
actually
don't-
transparency, so folks understand that there's a large potential bonding that could happen in our town
And so
in
is-
the near future, if the town, specifically if the town opted to go in that direction.
Is
So
the
to
fif-
not have it in there is more of, it's kind of not being completely transparent. The only reason it's there is for transparency, and the number is an estimate. The number is simply an estimate.
for a new school?
for costs of whatever we need to do. And in this case, the recommendation, well, we're waiting to get the full recommendation, but
Right, but I think
that was one of the options, correct?
if you recall from the tri-board, that was the least expensive option. The committee has not made taken a formal vote on that yet, but
And Tony, how would this affect our bond rating?
It wouldn't affect your bond rating until you actually go to issue the bonds.
But that information is something we need to have in going to an actual
Absolutely,
town vote.
Absolutely.
correct.
And I would expect
But I
that you
feel
would
weird
want that
voting on a
beforehand.
budget
Yeah.
before I know the impact, if the budget went as proposed. Does that make sense? Like, that seems like a
This is-
logical thing for me to
This is just
say.
highlighting the fact that you have a possible capital project of that magnitude in this next 6 years. Whether you put it in this year or next year or 2029 or wherever, the point is that is something that is being discussed.
This is not indicating we are going to go for a $50 million bond this year.
And it wouldn't be
It's a
50 million.
recommendation.
I mean, it is indicating
was
that
Board of
because it's
Selectmen
put
recommendations.
under BOS rec for 2027. So I just don't understand, am I being too literal in my
is-
interpretation
no.
of this
The re-
document?
The recommendation, the title of this is a recommended budget. It's not saying that all of these items had been recommended by the Board of Selectmen or at this point in time. This is the only recommended, it doesn't say recommended, it says Beecher Road School Building Project, $50 million. Demolition
Mika,
of a
if you
former
look at the
country club.
column, it says department request, 50 million, BOS rec, 50 million. So it is saying, and then the title says Board of Selectmen recommendations. So
Right.
I'm a member of
this
the
is-
Board of Selectmen, I don't recommend adding $50 million to our 2027 budget.
We are not adding $50 million to the 2027 budget. It's a bonding item.
It's a plan, it's essentially a planning document.
Yes,
To-
but it's
I
saying
mean-
that this is our plan.
But it's saying, I feel like we're spending time on something that
Yeah, I think we need to.
doesn't really need to be spent time on, but it is saying that we are planning,
As-
considering doing this for 2027. It's
As
taking
Maria
out a bond.
indicated, there's a recommendation that's coming in February, March.
yeah,
and coming
they're
in
making
March.
it, in the
Coming in
coming
March.
weeks, yeah.
So that would be, from that perspective, that would be the timing that we would need to say, okay, so where are we going to go with this? So that would be the appropriate place to put it.
And I will tell you the importance of this is that when I go to show you the impact of borrowing and what our debt looks like, the items in this plan will be factored in, because this is what I have to use. So it would be HVAC improvements, the roofs, all the stuff you see for borrowing is what I will use as my,
Yeah, and if we weren't touching the school building at all, or that wasn't part of the planning or discussion, we would likely have about $30 million in capital improvements to the existing building.
Over the course of the next 6 years, or whatever it might be,
Yeah, that's significantly less than 50.
for a
It's a-
60-year-old building.
It's a lot of money on an old building, for sure. So, I mean, that's what was presented in the tri-board meeting.
Right, and that doesn't even touch the fact that there is a space in there for education, but also, to your point, and, Tony, I may need some guidance on this. Even if that went forward, that money is out that would go to get bonded. It wouldn't necessarily be in that year.
No, it
like
would not.
schematically, it's put in here.
it's just, right, it's just put in there because, that's when you sort of get the authorization to
Right.
spend it. But the actual borrowing will take place over a period of 3 years or so, as determined by the cash flow of the project, and to layer in the bond. I mean, I'll put all this together on a sort of a analysis, but we would try to layer it as best we can based on the cash flow and the timeline of the project to smooth it out as much as possible.
And that number doesn't account for state grants, because that information is not.
$50 million.
That
Yeah,
does
yeah,
count.
that
counts for the
That
state
counts
grant.
for the
Yes, it
state
does.
grant.
That
But
definitely
Andrea,
does.
to your point of it being in the column for the,
Of
even
2027.
if that went forward, that number still wouldn't reflect this budget year. It would be out
But-
several years before all of that money hit.
Right.
But we may be presenting to the public the option of new school. And if we're going to present that to the public this year, the number should be some number should be reflected this year.
I understand
It's-
that.
so-
Thank you.
Okay, the building maintenance, we made a few adjustments. The first was the library water incursion. We changed to possibly including it in one of our bond issues.
For the library,
For
but
the
not for
library.
town hall.
Because the town hall is a little more serious than the library
I
in terms
see.
of its water, in water we get in the corner of the building.
Okay.
The town clerk's office gets
Right.
water when it rains. And so that's something I think we need to solve sooner rather than later. The police air conditioning, we are gonna discuss probably on the 11th, and how, sort of the plan for that.
Yeah, I was surprised by that when you have townwide HVAC improvements.
Right, that's
To be
that's-
bonded.
so
and
that's the
it-
idea.
That was,
That's the
it
question.
seemed like a disconnect to me.
Yeah, that's the question. It's got to do with the timing of the unit at the police department and the fact that the unit is the same age as the town hall unit,
Which failed
which
last year.
failed last year.
But the other issue is if you've got an RFQ for potentially spending $5 million, how do you make sure that that
Right.
the air conditioning system will work with a
Right. Right.
redone police
So
department?
it's possible that this police air conditioning number has to be rethought.
Yeah, I didn't see how everything
Yeah,
segued
yeah.
together.
So that would be that's one suggested item.
And on
We
Route-
discussed that earlier today, as a matter of
We
fact.
did. And if in fact the air conditioning fails at the police department, we would have to get temporary air conditioning for the summer.
We're looking at
Which we're looking at.
contingencies, should that happen, so that we can make sure we look at this on at a more universal level.
Okay, and then the $2 million figure for roofs, how solid is that?
That was done, Dwight and Nigel helped with that, and we had a contractor give us an estimate. So that's
But
pretty
how
solid.
how old is the estimate?
2 months?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to go back and digress, but I'm confused because in my records, I don't see Dwight and Nigel being a formal committee. I remember talking about it. I remember there not being a charge and then saying we'll come back to it when there was a charge, and I don't remember us ever coming back to it. And then I checked meeting minutes and there's no record of them being a building committee online.
Their name is building officers, not as
Building officers, okay.
But
I just-
have they been designated?
And the
or is that
RFQ
just
references a committee, I don't know, it just seems so non-clear. So I guess more to talk about on the 11th, but I'm confused, yeah.
We have 2 building officers who assist us in putting together information that we need from a construction and mechanical standpoint.
But they're not
They're
town staff.
volunteers. They're volunteers.
Yeah,
They're town
so-
volunteers.
But
So-
were they appointed officially?
I have appointed them as building officers specifically. Rather, we had discussed kind of setting up a building committee, a central building committee, and we opted to go. We opted to go. And we had many discussions about this. Opted to go with building officers who can sit and participate on different building committees as needed by the town. So in this particular instance, we had 2 residents who are designated as building officers with the expertise to assist us in putting together quotes. That's what they did, and that's where we are.
Okay.
The 2 items on here that are 0, I'm hopeful that to use existing funds, particularly the fire panel, to get that moving sooner rather
Let's
than
look
later
into that.
due to its age,
Okay,
and not wait till July 1 to replace that.
yeah, I have a question about that. Okay.
That's why that's removed.
Okay, and the asbestos
Same thing.
abatement, is that also, okay, you
Yeah.
think you can do that before the whole RFQ? et
Correct,
cetera,
right, we
stuff?
want to get all that taken care of before anyone starts going through the building and,
Okay,
moving things around and
Okay.
et cetera, et cetera.
okay, so that would all be this year?
Correct.
Okay. It might be helpful for the public to put an extra asterisk if you think you can fund
Oh, we can do
existing
that.
funds.
Yeah,
I just think it would be helpful.
There's a few items on here like that.
Be illuminating,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, to people, so they,
Okay.
otherwise they think you've just dropped it.
Right, good point. Okay. Next is the Fire Commission. So the HVAC, as you indicated earlier, will be part of the HVAC item up here.
So that would be a number 3, potentially?
Correct.
Correct.
2.5 million.
So you need to put it, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's here, so that's why it's removed here.
okay. Again, you may want a note or something, just for the public to understand, for when we're actually going to the town, the preliminary budget.
We could do that.
So. And how can the AEDs be dropped? Because other things were delayed a year.
No, that's an example of something we were gonna do this year,
Okay, all right, and
so we'll make a note of that.
please.
Is that true too for the assistant chief's car?
So
or-
we picked one car for this year,
It's
for
delayed.
27,
Oh,
one car
I
for
see, I
28.
see. Okay. Are those a nice to have, or are those required by statute?
What's that?
Assigned vehicles to chiefs.
I'm not aware of any
I didn't ask
requirement.
this during.
I don't know of any requirement.
Can we just not do this? Like, we have so much money that we have not put into our capital maintenance, and we're paying for it now. And, like, do the fire department, and I understand they have a lot of needs, a lot is statute, required and out of our hands and control, but they are getting a lot this year. They always get a lot because they need, understandably so, but are these cars really necessary? And like, do our taxpayers who just got reevaluated and who now have a 5% increase coming at them potentially, is this really a necessary expense for us?
That's the kind of question we should ask when we're having our budget meetings with the
Well,
fire
I'm
chief
asking you
here.
now,
I
and
think,
I-
I think we, I think we discussed it a little bit,
A
because
little
the
bit.
cars came up. I mean, the alternative is what, that they drive their personal vehicles?
I don't know, what does everyone else,
I think
what
generally
does
I would,
everyone else do on the fire? They're only 2 people.
well, I mean, my expectation is that the chief and the assistant chief need to be ready to move at all times, and they need to be in a vehicle that can support their work.
I mean,
that's
yeah,
my take.
that's the logic, certainly.
Yes.
It's just like why police officers,
I think under the
idle their
circumstances, it'd be
vehicles.
reasonable to ask the fire chief to outline for us what some comparable towns do.
I
Is
just.
that fair?
I mean,
Just to, so
always
we
good
know
to, always
that
good to
what
look
we're
at other.
doing is standard practice,
Yeah.
at least for some,
Yeah.
I have less question about the fire chiefs than I do the assistants, but I do
Me
think
too.
it's a fair question.
Me too.
Just
Well,
so
we've got
we're
the
doing
chief's,
our due
we've got the chief, understood.
Yeah.
We've got the chief's car in there.
Yeah,
For this year.
it's other people's money, so we're just asking questions,
Absolutely.
so.
And and I know, and I appreciate the work put into this to get it down as far as it has, but we have to learn how to say no. That we just can't keep spending the way we do.
But we also have to balance that with the services that we need to provide to people.
Of course.
And
of
we
course.
do
For-
say no.
For their, for their tax dollars.
I don't think we say no enough.
I mean, I think it's very tricky to have your fire chief and assistant chief responding in their personal vehicles. I think that probably has some implications for them
From a liability
as well,
standpoint.
which would be unfair.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't, just as an example.
So, human services, how did we drop the vehicle for the 70,000?
Because there's only, well, let's start with the dehumidification. We hope to
Right.
do that in the next few months.
Oh,
So we
okay.
can have
I
it
thought
ready.
you were just saying no, but.
Yeah, no. So we can have that ready for the summer. Otherwise, if we did it
Right.
through here, then by the time the funding's available, summer would be
Okay.
half over.
Okay.
So, and then you were saying about the vehicle, why did we drop it to 15?
Yeah, you dropped it $70,000.
Yeah.
$70,000. How did we do that?
The cost of the vehicle went up. See, originally, she had told us to remove this, if you remember in her budget discussions. Because we have one this year,
Okay.
currently. And
The 15 is the incremental.
so she's like, I put it in there, but we're only getting one vehicle, and she already has the funding for us. So I think she put that in, but she didn't,
So
shouldn't have
should-
been in there.
So, okay.
So I was originally gonna take out the whole 85.
Okay.
But then she came back and said that the prices of the vans have almost doubled. So our match went from 15 to 30.
I I see.
So that's the other 15, because we have 15 from last year.
Okay, okay,
So we're only getting one van, but the prices went up considerably.
okay,
So that's what that is.
okay.
We're looking for information systems, we're looking for ways to fund the servers and maybe in a different way, or to see if we can get one more year out of those. That's to be determined.
So that's an idea, it's a delay.
Right.
Yeah.
In terms of the UPS replacements, that's something we hope to do this year.
Okay, so that would be an asterisk.
Right. I do want to mention to you the radio sites, this one here. Replacement of UPS at radio sites.
Yes,
So typically, each year, we get a LoCIP grant, which is a local capital improvement grant.
yep,
And we always, since I've been here, use that for paving.
I saw it in other places this year.
This year, it's for this, because one thing you can use LoCIP on is emergency communications.
Okay,
And we reduced to paving significantly. So they're sort of related. And we can get to that when we get to Public Works, but I just wanted to highlight that.
Reduce of paving as part of the operations, or as part of this capital,
Correct.
but looking to do it as part of our bond.
so you would bond for paving?
You could.
You could.
Yes, you can. Roger Harris.
Not something you would
Roger
want to
Harrison
do all
did
the
it.
time.
Not something you want to do.
Not something you want to do all the time. You're absolutely
No.
right. Other towns have,
And
but
I have seen quite a bit of road damage as a result of the,
recent storms.
yeah, the tough winter we've had. With
So
freeze and
let's
thaw.
get to
Okay.
it's police and public works. I don't think we made any changes in. Oh yeah, we reduced one car in police, and the chief had mentioned that there was some money he was going to get back for some of the equipment, so we reduced the firearms from 27,500 to 20,000. That was mentioned during this budget discussion.
Okay, so the breakout of the money, so that's what I was confused at. Can we go back to roads? So how much of that
Okay, so the roads down here.
recommendation under Public Works, how much of it would be current dollars and how much would be bonding?
So the 352,000 is current dollars, and then $1 million would be bonding. You could bond whatever you think's
But
appropriate.
that's what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I have to say.
the 350
I'm, no, for the record, not happy about that.
and I just
Bad
want to
trend
mention the
to start.
352.
We've been,
We get town road aid from the state,
Yes,
so that's and there's another small grant we get. It's called the grants and aid. It's like
Yes.
29,000. So
Yeah.
that's what that represents. Those two grants.
right,
put together.
yeah, so
We
you
need
actually
to-
generated
Yeah, right.
this for me.
Right.
And which others people should have gotten, so.
everybody did get it. As you said, Amy, it's been a rough winter from a roads perspective, so we anticipate that there's going to be a greater need even than what we would normally budget for in terms of road construction or road paving. So if there was a time, we are looking at bonding for infrastructure and some other things in town. So considering that we're looking at that at this point in time, this is something that we, like as you said, we need. We all kind of realize we need this. And so that's the reason we're looking at this as an option by which to do that. So
Okay, well, I expect the Board of Finance should have some things to say about that, too.
if
Okay.
there's going to be something said, I would expect them to say it, correct?
Yeah, but,
Well, you're also hearing it here.
yeah, no, for the record.
Is there another recommendation in terms of how we would fund the additional dollars required for that, to the extent that we're talking about here?
So one of the options is to maintain, right, and to have consistency. We have been somewhat all over the map.
Yes, we
But
have.
for the last years, we did, in '25, we did 800,000, in '26, we did 725. And so, I mean, if you did town road aid this year, plus you continued with LoCIP and the grants and aid, then from the general fund, you would, this current year, we're taking 273,000. I don't know what the full hit so far in this budget is of taking money out of the fund balance. But there's costs, you're avoiding interest costs by doing it.
It's $800,000, if I'm not mistaken, Tony.
Yeah, $800,000.
Keeping it at 800,000.
Correct.
But
Additionally, what we talked about initially with the sale of publicly owned property, there could be some benefits that we realize from that perspective as well, depending on what we do and how much we do.
I mean, how many pieces of property? The two
Or
that
more
are
important.
already in here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know I don't have it open right now, but can you remind me, in the operational budget, was Public Works Director made part-time?
No,
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 it's not.
that has to be looked at.
So perhaps that savings from that can be transferred to capital to help offset this somehow.
Okay.
I don't know how it works, but
From an operations standpoint, you can only benefit from the in-year savings, which would probably be in the area of
okay.
$50,000 to $75,000.
Yeah, probably.
But it would help.
It would help.
70.
Sure,
I mean,
everything
it all
helps, everything helps.
And I thought that was a really good idea, and had some conversations with some townspeople town employees who seemed to think that would not hurt the town in terms of services.
Something we're looking at.
So going on to rec, there's no further record. I think it's unrealistic to keep the synthetic skating rink panels in the budget. Also, the 90-foot diamond has been there since I was first selectman. I
And
think
it
it's
was
time to.
250 at that time, too.
I think it's time to drop it. Yeah, yeah. I think
It's like a game now.
Yeah,
to
yes,
just-
yeah, I think it's time to drop both of those. I have some questions about some of the other capital down the road, but it seemed to me of all the capital improvements, a multi-use slab as a real investment initially is most intriguing to me, but some of this stuff we just can't do, and we shouldn't continue to pretend that we're gonna do it if we're paying off $50 million plus in bonding every year. So that would be my suggestion, is that we drop some of it.
No impact on this current budget, you're just suggesting that we consider that for going forward, correct?
No, I'm suggesting we take it out of what we send to the town at the preliminary budget hearing, so that rec doesn't continue to have this thought that, oh yeah, maybe next year, oh maybe next year. We just say no to any 90-foot baseball diamond or the synthetic skating rink panels in particular. So, do you need a formal motion? Do you want a discussion
Yeah,
of
I mean,
that? What do you
I'm
want to
with
do?
you on that. I think I understand that John's been bringing it up for decades maybe. And I appreciate his persistence on that, and that there may be some interest in it, but I don't think it's likely in this 6 year at least. Maybe it is something that is reviewed in a few years, but I agree that we shouldn't be putting it forward if it's not a likely thing. So
This is just,
I agree.
it's like you're telling your kid, next year we'll go to Disneyland. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just not gonna happen, so.
Yeah. I think with regard to the skating rink, though that might not be likely, you know, we have had some discussions about potential additions and improvements at Pease, which could include that. There could be a slab that involves the synthetic skating rink panels. There's a number of things that could happen there, but I don't know that it needs to be reflected right now, given where we are.
What I'm suggesting is you take out the 250 and you defer the 16 and you smooth this all out. So, because to the extent that Tony's saying that a potential bonder
Right.
would look at this, I think it makes sense
And-
to make some.
And the way it should work
Yeah.
is next year, the 12 and the 16 get pushed up. So when you do the capital budget next year, those would be your two projects.
Right,
So to the extent you remove that or delay that or however you do that would be helpful.
yes. So,
That's a good idea, Amy.
is that all right with,
It's all right by me.
That's fine.
do we need a
Is
formal
there a
vote on
motion?
that?
Yeah.
Wait, I
No,
have
there is not a
to-
motion.
No,
We're
there's-
discussing the budget as a whole.
Yeah, do
So
we
all we're
need-
suggesting is that we take out the 16,000 and we take out the 250.
No, I know, I
So-
think you asked if there was a motion, then I wasn't sure. if we
So no, there's no motion at this point in time, nor do I think one is necessary. I think what we need to do is identify where we want to end up here. Make the changes that Tony is, that we
And it's
all
one
are
motion at the
suggesting.
end with all the
And then,
changes you're making.
correct.
Okay.
And then if we need to discuss particulars on there at that point in time, I think we should, then we can make a motion, well, I want this and I don't want that. You know what I mean? That type of thing. So I don't think there's any, I certainly don't have any objection to taking out the 16 and the 250.
Are we
That's,
taking out the 16 or moving the 16
no, we're
up?
taking it out. Is
Yeah, the
my
16's
recommendation.
coming out,
Okay.
and that,
It should also, my sense has always been, it works best on a slab, and the slab is 2 years later. It just never made sense to me. So.
Yeah.
Tony and I were really focused on this year's. We didn't really look as much
Right.
on everything
That's a
else.
good point.
So it is a good point, and that's fine for us to do that.
Okay, Darling House. I think we decided to delay that, right?
Yes, we did.
And that was for the route? No, it was energy survey.
Right.
Weren't they going for a grant for that, or was that something else?
They just received a grant for
They just did.
the horse barn and
Ice
the ice house?
House, I think it
So
was.
this is not related to the grant?
No.
What? Okay.
And then last is compactor and container replacement.
and you're going with that, yeah.
Yes, although I did speak with Brad about some possible ideas on if we want to get a few more years out of our existing, or if we want to replace. So he's coming up with some suggestions on that.
Brad is?
Yeah.
I know it's not for this year, but for animal control, vehicle replacement, I understand the need for vehicles for our animal control officers, but until, just for the record, until I understand what protocol and policies have been established that promote accountability of those vehicles and the staff people's using them, I'm not comfortable supporting their procurement. And we've talked about this.
This is for
This is for
27,
animal
28.
control. It's budgeted for next year, not this
28.
year. So it's less relevant, but I just think it's pertinent. And Tony and I have had conversations about some of that. I know the police department, we
They're
need to
working
be
on-
better kept in the loop with animal control. And if, yeah, I just, budgeting for that needs, it's all connected to information sharing.
Is that for the official vehicles that they
Yes.
use?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, and so just for my purposes,
Yeah.
I
What
know
you're-
you've spoken to him about what was the concern?
Mileage, just use, making sure it's being used as intended.
Okay,
And what I'll suggest on that is that's a personnel issue, possibly. If you feel like there's a misuse on any town function and/or that's more, the vehicles are required for them to do their jobs.
Yeah.
If they're not doing their jobs properly, then that's something that we need to take up from that perspective.
Yeah, but I think Andrew's point in part is about protocols and
Yeah.
making sure we're keeping records and that we understand
It's
its
both.
use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Steve. And Mika, your point is true too. But it's both. I think we shouldn't be spending all these money on vehicles if we're not also ensuring, doing what we can
Right.
administratively. Even if
There-
we have great staff, I'm sure most of our staff is doing the right thing, but it's just,
And I think you can address that by, during the course of this coming year, having having our chief come in, or whoever he's designated as the animal control person, come in and give us a report in terms of what's going on. I think that's the appropriate.
that's certainly an avenue for increased
to-
awareness and information sharing, but protocols and policies like
Yeah.
mileage accounting and proper hours of operation and things
Exactly.
like this, I think.
And animal control,
We're-
because it goes to multiple towns, is particularly important. It's
Yes.
a unique situation where we're servicing other towns, and so we'd like to know.
Yeah, I
Well
just
said.
want to bring this up, is if you look at the operating budget line for the 6 years, there's a spike in next year's, but then, and you can see this is at 1.9 million, then you're at 3.5, 2 million, 2.9, 1.9. So there's a couple spikes here that,
What is that about? And then there's a huge spike,
there's a drop.
769.
see there's a drop here.
That's 769,000.
Oh my God.
So the extent is probably to push some of this so that it smooths out, maybe some of this funding could be
Yeah.
pushed out,
Okay.
so that we smooth it out a little better.
I think it would be a good idea to do that.
So I'll work on that with the Board of Finance to do that.
And also, what I'll bring up as a point is that,
I'm sorry, Mika. So it's
No.
placed in the right year. Like it might be requested in one year, but when it hits the budget,
Right.
maybe another year, so when we come to smoothing it out.
Yeah, we'll smooth this out a little better so that
Right,
it-
we'll need to
it's not
understand that,
as-
sorry.
No, that's fine. All I'd like to suggest is we as board, when we have our budget meetings, and the departments come in to tell us what they're looking for, that at that point in time, we do ask them the types of questions that we're bringing up now, so that we'll be prepared next year to do a little bit more of that than and making sure so we can even these things out and make some suggestions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to go on to operations?
Do you want to vote on the capital budget, or you?
Does that make
I
it
would
easier?
suggest it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good
Let's
idea.
get this
Yes, that's a good idea.
So I have the following adjustments, is remove the synthetic panels in the 90-foot diamond in recreation.
Remove them.
Remove them,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And the only other wild card here was the police air conditioning, which we sort of didn't really finalize on.
Let's go back to it, Tony, if you don't mind.
Because that's actually in the current year, and it's tax dollars,
And
130,000 here.
here's the situation from our perspective and what we discussed, as I say earlier today. We're putting together what we feel will be an energy plan for the town to address, to help us address all the needs of the campus buildings. Regrettably, if we turn the air conditioning on in May of 2026 and it doesn't work, the timing to receive the equipment that's required to be able to either fix and/or repair or replace the air conditioning, it could take months. You know, in terms of what we did is we looked, Brad has looked to see what the availability of equipment is. So we were looking at keeping this in the budget specifically and looking at the police department as kind of a one-off, as an urgent need, so to speak. The more we talk about it, and from my perspective, the more I feel it's important that we do kind of standardize on what we're going to do, and we identify very specifically how we approach the energy in any of our buildings and in all of our buildings going forward. And we bring in experts who can help us. You know, we put together a true energy plan that not only includes what we do to replace mechanicals, but what our intent is from carbon footprint is concerned, what our intentions are from solar and anything along those lines, but truly a complete comprehensive plan. However, the need is there that if this doesn't work when we turn it on in April, we have a problem. We don't have additional space that we could move the police department to, obviously because of the security and things of
And we
that
can't put
nature.
window units in.
And we
because of
can't put
windows.
window units like we were able to do here, and rather effectively.
We can't put them in the community
so-
center?
No, it doesn't have a cell. You know, it doesn't have the security that's required for the different things that they do. So what we can do is and what we're looking at is the potential of bringing in a tractor-trailer type of a unit and seeing if it either can connect in some way to the existing unit, and if it can't, then they probably have to run some kind of ducting. But I do know that when we looked at it for here, it was like $19,000 a month to do something here, but because of the way things are ducted here, it was a little different. Over there, if we can connect, we might have a better solution, but we're looking to see what the potentials are there. So we have some sort of contingency plan should it not work, and we can still move forward with a more global or more universal and structured plan for the town as a whole.
Were we pursuing any grant options or programs for that?
Yes.
I remember at the CCM conference, I think Cheshire was doing it with their buildings where to replace existing mechanicals with more energy efficient options. It was an initial, either the grant or the company took on that initial cost, and then they were paid back with the savings that the town had. So it was able, you kind of smoothed out your budget a little bit that way.
We checked into that. That's,
Is that
On-bill
what,
financing?
is that what
No,
Diana,
no.
the public comment
no, that's a
was
little
about?
different. That's a little different.
Same concept.
It's to some degree, it's the
Yeah.
same concept. What you're doing here is like energy as a service, what you're describing, Maria. And we've checked with a number of companies who do that. Unfortunately, we are too small, because what you have to do, and not only that, we've taken some measures, for example, what you usually do is you benefit quickest by doing some really easy hits. like windows, like lighting, like things of that nature, but we've already done that, so you're not gonna realize significant savings from that.
Okay.
So what it really boiled down to is that, and again, we did look at multiple companies on this, and it's just that we're too small for the payback to be there in terms of what we were looking for. So it would be, for all intents and purposes, not much different than if we bonded to do the work that we needed to get done. And did it under, under how we wanted to do it. So that's the situation from that perspective.
I will tell you, there's one other layer of complexity to this, is that we have funding to replace a boiler at the police department. We haven't done it yet. So it's possible as a combined effort here.
Right. So that's heating, obviously.
That's already in our budget for
It was 26.
For 26.
Right.
And what's interesting is it doesn't specify boiler, does it? I think it does,
Yeah.
actually. I think it does.
Boiler at the police department.
So, but what we're looking at from a police department is why separate boiler, separate HVAC. So we feel the best thing to do is obviously do a combined unit, do the right thing. So if we bond for this, if we hope for the best and it turns on and we buy ourselves another season, we can go along with a full plan. If we turn it on and it doesn't work, we can look at the contingency in terms of what we can do as far as connecting something on a temporary basis to get us through the summer. If we're bonding, then we can take out the 130, if I'm not
Correct.
mistaken.
I would
If
just
I'm
take
not
out the
mistaken.
130 and add it to the HVAC townwide improvements.
So can I suggest if that's preferred,
Yeah.
I would do it that way, but I would also make your contingency more robust, because it's too low now at $200,000.
Right. We can do that.
And I think that's the way you have to deal with this. I think you should reflect what you want to do, but have money in the contingency to deal with this summer.
Okay.
So that the townspeople know particularly so they know what the bonding is involved with, because ultimately that will be going to a town vote.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, is that all right with you, Mika?
Oh, yes.
Be my
Oh, yeah. No,
suggestion
that's,
that
we talked, we weren't happy about bringing down contingency at all, but we were
Right.
looking for money anywhere we can find it. It's really what it boils down.
I
We
know,
didn't
but
want to
you-
bring it down
but you-
contingency, so
No, you
I'm
have
all,
to.
yeah, I think yes, I'm all for that.
Yeah, I think you have to plan for that option, specific risk that you're talking about in contingency,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so,
So that's all we had for capital, right?
right, so those are the three items,
So
really.
it's the removing of the synthetic panels and the 90-foot diamond and the police air conditioning.
Right, and I would just add a little more to the 2.5 million to reflect the 130
Yes, for
for
total.
borrowing.
building maintenance.
So it'd be 2.63 million instead of 2.5 million for the townwide
HVAC.
HVAC bonding. See that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'll make the motion that we approve the capital budget.
Well, can we do it as two separate things? Because I approve these changes, but I don't approve the $50 million. I just can't do that. I
I
can't
don't
do
know
that.
I don't know that we can separate that out from approving. the
What
capital budget.
what is the alternative, I guess, is
You want to,
really
you
the
want to,
question.
you want to have a motion
To remove the 50 million?
About the 50 million?
Well, what I'd like to do is get this in as good shape as possible and make these changes that we agreed to, but I cannot, because I haven't had anything from Tony that says what the impacts would be financially. I can't endorse as our Board of Selectmen recommendations, not only the 50 million, because I don't want it to be just the schools. It's the 50 million for Beecher, it's the 36 million, which would be 12 million for us, for Amity, and then it's somewhere around the region of $10 million of bonding for other stuff by the time you get through it all. It's a lot of bonding, and we need to understand it. And to say that to give any indication at this point that without any information, I say, sure, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can say that this is prudent for looking at, but I can't endorse this.
But if there's a potential that we might present to the public an option for a new school that would be in the neighborhood of $50 million, which is certainly in the plan. We know that we've done a study, we know that they're gonna give us information in regard to what the options are, we know that we don't have space in the school. We know that we, with the space that we do have is not ADA compliant. So there's every reason for us to be looking at doing something with our school.
I'm not targeting the school.
Oh,
I'm
no,
saying that, I'm
understand.
talking about the whole package of everything together in terms of bonding, what that impact would be on the town. We do not have an analysis
I
of that.
agree, but that's, what you're talking about is not in this year's budget, and we have time for Tony to give us all that information. The only piece of what you're describing that's in this budget right now is the $50 million.
No, that's not true.
So,
It's all the stuff that you would
Well,
bond,
All the
too.
threes, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the
threes
threes.
total up to $62,130,000
minus the
for
50
bonding.
for, specifically for the beacher, is 12 million, so you're concerned about the 12 million.
I'm concerned about
The
all of it
package,
together, yes. all of it.
absent
I
of the
really have a
contest.
problem with bonding for, of the 12 million, I really have a problem with bonding for paving, just
Paving,
because of the presentation.
I do too.
But, I get where you are, but I got a problem with it. I walked into that was the plan for the town, and I remember distinctly that it added a huge amount of money to overall what you were paying for, and I think it's a dangerous precedent. But I also think we have to be aware that Amity is planning to go out with $36 million, they said, of which we would own 12 or more. And I just need the bigger picture. So I'm prepared to, and would welcome an opportunity to vote with all of you for these changes we've discussed. I think they are modest improvements, but overall, I cannot say, oh yeah, looks like a great capital improvement plan, and I agree with it. I just can't do it.
So what is your suggestion for, so that you can?
I would, let's move to make these changes, and then if you want to have a separate vote about whether or not these are the Board of
So
Selectmen's
as opposed to
recommendations.
approving it, so, I mean, I think the changes have been noted, so I was going to move that we accept the capital budget with the changes proposed. That's where I was prepared to, but you had asked to hold off, so I'm not sure what the mechanism, other than saying that
I
your
think-
disapproval.
If you would
Wants
like,
the opportunity to support the changes,
no,
but not to
I know.
approve the
I
Sure.
thought that might be helpful to all of
Sure,
us.
no, I get that,
Is
so I'm-
I'm behind the changes.
Yes, so you want, so for practical
So
purposes.
it's two motions.
Yeah, but I'm just not sure what the other motion is, so I know.
So the
One
o-
one is to make the changes, so you want
And
to.
the other would
okay.
be to approve the amount.
All right, so.
Approve the overall capital plan
Understood.
once the changes are made.
So, just so that we're all
So
on the
what-
same page, the motion would be to make the changes as noted, so that's what we're voting on. I'm just,
what we're charged with, our responsibility here is to provide the Board of Finance our recommendation for a budget. And what I'm understanding you're saying is, no, we're not gonna do that, we're just gonna say, I don't know what we're gonna do. That's what I'm trying to
I think
just,
Amy's just gonna vote against it. right?
I think ultimately,
Yeah, support the changes, but not the
Amy
overall,
was-
because of,
I'm
yeah.
having the option to make two votes.
I want to be
One on the
supportive where I
dollar
can,
amount,
and
one
be in
on the
consensus where I can.
ends.
So,
But it doesn't have to be that way. It could be all in one. I think it's
If
probably.
it's all
better
in
being
one, I'd
this.
vote against the whole thing, and I'd rather not be that obstreperous. I would rather, I'd rather
So,
be
I
in
mean,
agreement where I can.
yeah, so I mean, at this stage, we've gone through the process, and so somewhat by consensus, we've agreed. We haven't voted, but we've agreed to make these changes.
Right, but Allison said she wanted a motion.
Well, I think she was asking, just clarifying if we were having it, but I think for us and Tony wanted to wrap this up at this bit. So I'm happy to say, I'll make the motion that we approve the changes as we've described to those three items, so that then we can consider the vote for the capital budget.
So we're specifically, we are
We are
changing we're dropping the skating,
removing the
moving
synthetic
that,
panels.
skating going to FY '28, or we're dropping it?
We're
dropping it.
removing the synthetic panels, removing the 90-foot diamond, and removing, it was the, no, I have lost it, the
We're
police
the
department.
police department HVAC,
Right, but then you are instead adding
To
to
the townwide HVAC.
correct.
yes,
to the town.
another 130,000.
Correct.
So you're just moving under building maintenance, you're moving the dollars into.
But that will impact the tax rate because one's borrowing and one's not.
Understand.
Right.
And you will also smooth out the operating
Yes.
budget as depicted on this capital budget form.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the motion, is to capture those items.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's
I
your
make
motion?
that
I
motion.
will second that motion.
Any discussion?
Any additional discussion on that? I'm just not clear in terms of,
So we were making it clear what the new capital budget is. So we've made some adjustments. We're showing support for those changes, and then with the next thing we would do is make a motion to vote on the capital budget as it is.
right. What, and I'm not understanding, Amy, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I really am not. I'm really trying to just understand is in the sense of, we've identified what the dollars are for in the budget from a bonding standpoint. The 12, and I'm not talking about the 50. We know what the $50 million is. We know what that's about. The remaining bonding amount, we identified what it's for, so I'm trying to understand what additional information. I understand also that there are other budgetary items that are coming down, but let's say we don't approve the budget. Where does that leave the budget and the Board of Finance? Do you understand what I mean? It's like, so
No,
what
I
are we
understand
telling, what
that.
are we saying to people?
I think the problem is, look, we could meet again, but I can't, Tony could give us the finance projections. He could, for what all this bonding would do to our town. Tony could tell us where he would take money in order to do the paving, maybe at the $800,000, which is what we've traditionally had, rather than 1.3 million, and not have, and, you know, that means taking money away from something else and also not bonding.
Tony and I have,
Those, and I know you've said that, and that's your judgment, and you can take that, but I'm not there yet, so those are the.
understood. We have, I mean, what this reflects is us looking at all of the different items and trying to cut where we can cut. What you're suggesting is, okay, then let's find $5 million more, or,
Not $5 million,
So-
I'm saying, the budget for bonding is 1.3 million, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
and change for the paving in particular, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it, how much of it
It's
is?
$1 million for bonding and 300,000.
Yeah, it's $1 million for bonding, and I have problems with that. So, and I
I-
realize
Problems in
that
the
we
sense
wouldn't
of-
find, I
and
realize we
problems in
wouldn't
the-
find $1 million, but I'm trying to say, how could we find
Well,
how could we find to make up the 321 to approach 800,000?
we can find the million by taking the country club demolition off. You know, I agree, just for purpose of, well, we have a different motion on the table.
If you don't,
So-
thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, if we could, we've got a motion and a second and discussion.
yeah, no, I consider this discussion,
All right,
because,
it is,
you know,
but
how I would
I
vote on
just-
it.
I
is-
cannot
back
at this
into the
time
rest of the
vote for bonding for paving. Let's just leave it at that. I have an overall also
Oh,
larger
you-
question
you're
about
right.
the total amount of bonding, but I cannot vote for $1 million. for
But right
But
now,
if we
that's
were to
not what
take-
the motion is.
Right, but if,
So I can vote for these changes and try to say, yes, we agree.
but before we vote for these changes, for example, we could also adjust and say, okay, we're gonna take out the $1 million for the paving, and we're gonna do something else. And that gets us closer to, that addresses your particular need. That's just an option that I would think is available for us to consider.
I think the issue is we're not gonna get the answer tonight. I'd be happy to work with you to try and come up with other answers. But the reality is that, you know, I saw this today. I spent 4 hours working on this when I got it. I come up with these things. I would make changes, but the schedule is for making a decision tonight. If you wanna re-meet again, and I'd be happy to work on this, but that's
Well, I'll
all I
take you
can
up on
do
your
with the
offer, I'm
information
happy
that's
to,
here.
we've worked on this. This has been, yeah. We've been working on it, happy to get all the help we can get in regards to what we need to do, so.
I think what I am hoping to do is
I'm
be
not-
very clear in signaling to the Board of Finance at least that they have more work to do. And at least they know that, you know, that there are some concerns about where we are from some members of the Board of Selectmen.
Well, we've actually articulated that to them, so I'm sure they are realizing it, but, okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
For the purposes of this as a planning document overall for the next 6 years, I just, you know, and to your point, Amy, I don't know if I would want to move, you know, like I would want to seemingly arbitrarily move that after all the work that you've done without some more information about where we can find that, because I certainly don't want to leave a hole somewhere else in the budget. So, but for the purposes of this as a planning document, to show what, you know, what we think should occur in the next, what the priorities are in the next 6 years.
And what I'm saying is maybe the best way I can articulate my position here is I also don't like the idea of bonding for $1 million in paving. All indications is that's not it's not a great practice. So, but Tony and I charge ourselves with trying to find a means by which we can make this budget work. So that's one of the items so it's like I'm not married to the $1 million for paving at all. What you see here in front of you is our recommendations based on what we felt we could do to bring a budget that's more palatable to our taxpayers. That's what we're trying to do. None of this is tied. The $50 million is put in here because that's monies that we could potentially need as part of our part of our planning in terms of what's happening in town right now. That's why it's there. So the paving in particular is the reason that I'm having a little issue with this, because as I said, I'm not tied to that. It's just a recommendation that this is a way we can, if we bonded that, we could get our roads paved and not spend $800,000 this year in the budget. So if the group feels that way, then let's take that out and see if that makes you feel more comfortable in terms of what you're saying. It would make me feel more comfortable, but we got to find it somewhere. You know what I mean? We've got to, because we still have a deficit. So.
Or you don't pave.
Yeah, well, don't paving is not an
Not
option.
an option,
It's an
right.
option, you might not like it.
Yeah, don't paving is not an option, because I hate to sound pedantic, but it's a lot cheaper to put an extra layer of asphalt rather than to start over with a road. And if you delay maintenance, then you have to start over. So it's one of the fun things I learned 25 years ago.
If you
So,
ride a bicycle in this town,
yeah.
you'll know the rules.
Or an electric scooter.
Yeah, so, but at any rate, so
All
I.
right, so for
I-
purposes of us moving on,
Yeah.
it is getting to a point there. Well, it's, I'll call for the vote on this. There's no other adjustments anybody wants to consider at this point in time. So my suggestion in terms of taking that $1 million out doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't change our vote overall, my vote overall on capital budget.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor of the changes as we described? Motion carries.
So now we need a motion to vote on the capital budget overall in this case, we're passing it on to the Board of Finance.
For their
So
consideration.
Tony, is that the motion that we
Yes.
need, is to approve this?
You have to pass on a 6-year capital plan to the Board of Finance.
So I'll make the motion that we approve this 6-year capital plan to pass on to the Board of Finance.
Second.
And that'll look like what we talked about in terms of you quote-unquote smoothing it out, Tony.
I'll smooth that out with the board.
Yeah, I
With
understand.
the Board of
With
Finance.
the Board of
Yeah.
Finance, yeah. I'm not gonna do it myself.
I understand.
I'll make suggestions.
Should we include the dollar amount in the motion, or does it not matter?
No, it
Okay.
doesn't. It's as presented, yeah.
Okay.
As presented with the
changes.
changes we
Yeah.
addressed.
Okay.
And Tony, that smoothing out will also include, whatever monies would go out to bond when those would hit, the year that they would hit the budget, not just the year that we would plan on them. Because I think that makes a difference for smoothing it out and knowing the tax impact year to year.
You're talking about the 50 million? particularly?
All of it.
Yeah,
All of it. It's, it's
I could.
one thing to say we're planning for,
I could do that.
putting it in a year as a placeholder for planning,
Mm-hmm.
and another thing to know when that actually hits our debt service.
Right.
And when we're responsible for coming up with the money to pay for that
Yeah, I
debt
could do
service.
that.
Although that will be refined once we've looked at more in depth what the impacts are of all the debt.
Right.
So,
Yeah, because our interest rate can change. And
no, a lot of things. It's what the town can bear. So.
More than anything else. All right, any other discussions on that? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Where do we go next?
Operations, or whatever you think.
Yeah, let's go to,
Want to do,
expenditures.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So I put together
So
an
is this a change summary?
Yep.
Expenditure change summary?
exchange summary, yeah. But basically what I
no,
did
there's
was,
a expenditure.
I tried,
Expenditure
instead of going through the whole line item budget and go through each department and each line, I summarized here.
Right.
There we go. The changes that were made. If you have any other changes you'd like, obviously, you can certainly consider, factor those into the calculation when I come up with a final budget or mill rate calculation.
So this reflects the changes that you made since the presentation.
This is what we
Yeah.
discussed since the last
Yeah.
time, correct?
So, if you could explain, just as you go, line by line, why you reduced purchase services.
So
as an
purchase
example.
services, for instance, is what the the Selectmen's office does for various things, from
Events.
yeah,
to-
events, 06525, we use it for the evictions, we use it for just a bunch of different services that we do throughout the town. And we'll just-
Miscellaneous
miscellaneous
items.
Right.
So the only challenge with looking at these things this way is you can't look at actuals and projected.
Yeah, yeah,
And so it's easier to accept a change.
If we look at
If-
his,
Yeah, if you look at the detailed budget for like Board of Selectmen, then you can see, oh, well, that's reasonable because the actual costs were more in the range of 15,000, so it makes sense to drop it.
Right.
So we might find it more
could do that.
useful to do that.
whatever way you
but
wanna do it, it's fine.
if Tony uses this as his method and we use our sheets as our, we use the detailed sheets, I think that you're referring to, Amy?
Yeah, I'm talking about the detailed budget
Yeah,
sheets
so
that
if you look at the
show.
detailed budget sheets, you can see for each of those departments
Okay, all right.
what the
So-
particulars are while he goes through what the changes are in that
Well, if I do
particular
this.
department.
Question.
Yeah, that to me is just much easier
So which
to
one did you
understand.
pull up, Tony? That's,
Recommended
It's
detail.
the budget detail.
Recommended budget by category or recommended budget by,
Recommended budget
okay,
detail.
thank you.
okay, thank you. And
So
I,
you'll see, if you look
the
down here.
40-page
Beginning with
document.
Right, you
Okay.
could see the other purchase services is down here.
Can you make that a little bigger?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's, I just, it makes it much easier to understand when you see actuals,
And
et
we,
cetera.
as you can see, some years are more, it sort of fluctuates.
Right, but for, projected for this year is 16,
16,
so
right, so we-
you're really shaving 15,
Right.
1,000
Right.
off. Okay.
Correct.
So, done. Do other people understand why I find that helpful? I'm not trying to make it more complicated for you. It just shows a trend, which makes it reasonable. Okay.
Okay, the second item,
Was clerk,
there is no trend on this one. This is just a reduction of part-time wages, which the town clerk would have to then incorporate into her schedule to reduce wages in her office.
and,
Hours, I'm sorry, not wages, hours.
and is there a basis for thinking that she can do that, or it's just
It's
spreading the pain?
correct, spreading the pain.
Okay.
And the second town clerk item is, we have someone come into the town hall, so I could pull this up, show you the detail here. And you can see here, it's $6,300 last year, be about $7,000 this year. And he comes in and he helps with documents to
Is that-
various departments.
Is that helping to store them properly?
Store them properly, organize them, help us with disposal, all variety of services for departments with their documents.
Okay.
He was just at the police department, he's helped catalog all of our agreements here at the Selectmen's office, these different departments. We've done a lot of work with him, so I'm not exactly sure how much work would be available next year. So I spoke with Kim about this, and she suggested, well, why don't you just, you could remove that.
Okay.
She's not aware of any projects on the horizon.
so
We
she
were just
agreed
keeping it
then.
there in case something came up. She agreed with
Okay.
that one.
Keeping
That's
in
the other
mind,
one.
Okay.
that either her resources or other town hall resources would then be the resources performing that function.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Same with the fourth one. That's just, as you indicated earlier, spreading the pain a little.
Which one?
The GATVOC, reducing part-time wages.
Okay, now we're going back to, yeah, that, and we had talked about recording fewer of
Correct.
the meetings.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I think we need the newly reconstituted GATV commission was gonna give us some recommendations for that.
Indeed.
Okay.
Next is property auto. That's a revised estimate. Still working on that. That's something that will be refined as we go further into the process. But I'm comfortable with that revised estimate.
That's the insurance liability?
Correct. Liability, auto, and property.
Okay.
And we go out to get pricing on that.
But we don't self-insure it, that's.
We do not.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
The next one is info systems, and it's the telephone line, which has got some cable. So we're just going to cut some cable service.
We've improved our internet service, so the cable is
You can go
different than
Wi-Fi.
streaming.
Correct.
We're gonna
stream.
instead of, if it's necessary.
Okay.
The next item is what you mentioned earlier, is the reduction of the contingency,
But
Which
now
we're
you'll-
looking to keep in now.
which you want to add the 100,000 back, which
Yeah.
would result in a net reduction of 30.
Correct.
Okay?
Where are we?
I mean, ultimately, we're
I'll
about
show
at
you.
200,000 now, and you said it,
We're at 100, we've used about 100,000
Yeah.
so far.
yeah.
So-
So,
And unfortunately, things just cost more, as you know.
well, yeah, and more is breaking.
More is breaking, right?
But even in
Good way
in
to
our
put it.
conversations, here tonight, I think we've, it's been said multiple times, well, contingency, well, we can't keep going back to that well if we haven't funded that
Yeah.
well.
Yes.
For, whether it's building works, whether it's air conditioners, whether it's, so, I mean, I think I'm comfortable adding that back in because I think there's enough, we're gonna wait and see if it works type of questions that we need to plan for that.
So we're putting everybody agrees, 300,000. So that would be one of our changes that we'll make a motion about?
Yes.
Okay.
Next is the police department, and we removed a vacant position here,
Right.
which impacts the wages, holiday pay, DFIB certification, uniform allowance. So there were 2 vacant positions when we did this budget. One of them they filled. So this is the one that still remains.
So it's not that you're getting rid of it.
We're not
As
getting
a-
rid of a person. It's
Yeah,
a
but-
vacant position that we won't fill.
So we're not,
This
we're
year
not, so
or
we're not
ever?
taxing.
Uh, well,
yeah.
Or are you reducing the
Ever.
size of the
We're
force?
reducing the size of the force.
So from 23 to 2?
Right.
But when you look at, we've been going back and forth on that for a number of years.
We
till
have,
produced
yes.
a
Yeah, and I remember
document.
talking
We did it
about
last year too, 'cause
Yeah.
in part last year, it didn't seem likely that we could get
Get.
to fill multiple
Yeah.
positions, so we don't want to tax on that. I think
So,
Slightly different situation this year, but in the same principle.
Yeah, but we could bring the position.
You could bring it back, certainly,
If,
in another budget if you're, if the need arises or if you feel.
and Ron Smith was, Chief Smith was comfortable.
I mean, they've made clear the force size that they want, but
Yeah, because, I mean, this is tricky because
but they've been operating with a lot less.
yeah,
And now they've
but only with 2 patrol people, what did they say, like 30% of the time?
Scheduling is a challenge for them from that
That's a-
perspective,
that's a
so
real-
it continues to be a challenge, but it's,
When we think about public safety in terms of having fire chiefs have cars, don't we need to have a police force that can schedule appropriately?
I mean,
Just throwing it out for discussion's
Yeah, well,
sake,
of course.
It's,
and I don't know
Yeah.
if the police commission has looked at the scheduling issue. I'm sure they've talked about it, or at least the department has. I don't know what in terms of filling gaps or overlapping. I know different departments do things a little differently in terms of the schedules that they run. It sounded like they were running 3 shifts with some overlap. There may be some other opportunities. I'm not sure, but at least at this stage, I mean, I'm comfortable with this change, but that doesn't mean that that I think that the staffing level should be permanently set.
yeah. Well, and really it brings up the issue that part of the reason why they weren't filling these vacancies is they didn't think the wages were
Right.
They weren't.
lucrative enough to draw.
starting ranges for new people,
Yeah.
correct.
And has that, can you
That
just?
is, that's updated.
That's
now,
been
so-
updated because of the negotiations.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's improved. That's definitely
So
improved.
we really didn't give them a chance with the updated wages.
No, they just hired, they've hired two people.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've hired two people
Since that.
since then,
yeah.
Okay.
since then. So it tells you that, yes, there was,
Right, so
there
they
was
were-
something
That
to
was a
it.
need,
Yeah,
yeah.
they were 3 people short before. And
Correct.
so when we removed them last year, it seemed unlikely that they were gonna be able to add that many
think
at
they're,
that time.
Last
think
year,
they're-
last year
Right.
we removed a extra position that
And
they
it,
wanted.
oh, it was an extra.
Yeah, yeah.
Their high water mark, if I'm not mistaken, was 26, Tony?
26,
Yes, 26.
So,
They're at 23 now.
well, but this would bring them to 22. If one,
Yes,
Yes.
they had vacancies for 23, you're right.
all right. Proceed.
Okay.
If everyone's good.
Fire, we reduced a few lines here, and just, we either reduced the service or reduced purchases, basically.
So what I found was you reduced custodial by 5,000.
Mhm.
It was just the assumption that they could do with less.
Or if they needed to, we could augment it with our staff, if we had capabilities to.
Okay. And you dropped radio below actuals is what I,
So the radio he spoke about at length in his budget presentation.
yeah, and I just don't remember it. So
It was that
now,
the actual cost of the radio
Was less.
was a lot less. But we kept some money in there in case one of the part breaks, because now we have to replace it ourselves, as opposed to having a maintenance contract.
We had a full maintenance contract that replaced all equipment if it broke, and we hadn't had a lot of, the equipment is somewhat newer. And the sense was that if we went with a different lower cost maintenance contract and kept some money in there, we can make up
Cover
for whatever we
repairs.
need.
We're
If
just-
there should be repairs.
We would take the liability on that.
We didn't take the full amount out, we took a
Just a
portion
little
of it.
bit, yeah.
okay, so
There was,
that,
the difference, I believe, when we discussed it, was $71,000.
Correct.
So,
and you
To not take that higher
Correct.
contract and assume some of the liability, but we were not replacing things as
Correct.
regularly. Okay, thank you.
you dropped 10,000 from technical at the bottom, which actuals was close to 31,000 last year, but what's the rationale for that? 2 years ago.
we went closer to actuals.
Is that the idea? Because the
And
projected
we
budget is
we needed to cut
42,000.
we needed to cut, obviously, and,
Spread a little bit of pain there.
yep.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
So 2 years ago, it's 31.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then you dropped 16,800 from electric.
right. I'm not sure the electric, see the electric 2 years ago?
Was 47, yeah.
I'm not sure the
There were-
76 is, they're trending a lot less than that.
Okay, they are trending less, okay.
There were some, was it the heat? Was it the elect? no,
It's
it
the
wasn't
natural
electric.
gas that's a problem,
Yeah, that's it. it.
because of the controls.
Got it. Thank you.
That's the one, they might spend more than 40
Okay,
because of the controls, not the electric.
Thank you.
okay.
But the additional electric is for the storage facility. So the question is, how much electricity will a storage facility add to the budget?
And did previous years also include the cultural center or community center? And
That had its own line item,
that's.
Yeah, it's its own line item.
Okay.
even though it was being heated for their purposes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we're okay dropping the electricity even though, is there an estimate in another budget line of the electricity from the training center?
So it's not finished yet.
Okay.
So we took an estimate of, what we use in our other facilities and added it to what we think we'll
Based
use
on
there.
square footage.
Correct, by square footage, exactly.
So this is still a reasonable estimate?
Right.
Okay.
Animal control, we I'll show you here.
Dropped 3,000,
Right, so it's flat funding. Did I go behind?
okay, yep.
No.
1250.
Yeah. So we just kept it flat. So I'll just have to work within their budget. I'm thinking to charge more for one of the towns
Yes,
to make up for the difference.
yes.
And I think that'll be.
I think we
fine.
talked about
And the
our
mix is-
preferred Amity model, that there's a
Right.
certain base cost
Yeah.
to be NDAC,
Yeah.
and then
We're
there's a
gonna
per
work on that
service
for
charge.
next year's, the next budget.
Yeah,
But for this one, I'm at least I could charge more to one of the towns that we use to make up the difference.
Okay. Okay. I'm sure
And
that they'll
obviously,
be happy
the
about that.
balance there is just to make sure that we don't lose the town, because then we're.
Right, that's the
then-
balance, because you
Yep.
don't want to lose a town.
Okay.
Public Works Contract Services,
Yeah, what's that?
I'm going to show you. So contracted services in Public Works is
Trees.
we do
Trees,
everything
right?
from trees to line painting to sweeping to catch basin cleaning and a whole list of stuff. You can see 2 years ago we spent 167. We're trending lower than 233 this year.
We are.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last
Probably gonna
year-
be a little less than 200.
And last year, obviously, we had a lot of tree work that needed to get done, and we
Yeah.
were able to get it done. So we're kind of,
And without a public works director,
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. This was Warren's plan.
Right.
So we need a new person to develop their own plan and their own process. So
Okay.
we were comfortable with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't understand how you could drop bulky waste and
I can tell you.
recycling
Show you.
for the transfer station.
Yeah. The projected budget didn't come through, but see the actual for 25 for bulky waste, 89?
Yes,
That's probably where we are currently, a little less.
but
probably 80.
we're proposing 77.
Yeah, we're probably.
Seems a bit low.
I think we'll probably be okay there.
On what?
Do we have revenue lines that offset that as well?
When we increased the bulky waste fee,
we reduced.
tonnage went down, and so the cost went down.
In answer to your question, Maria, yes, as a matter of fact, we've looked at the different towns in the area who have, who also charge for the trucks that bring the trash in. We're at 90, Orange is at 300. And then there's others that are like between 90 and 125
Right.
or something like that.
150.
150. So we were looking to raise those fees to about $150,
For the trucks. I
Per
think.
ton, that would be
Per
for the
ton.
waste disposal, the tipping fees.
which the last time when we started with the scale and when we started with the increase in pricing, as Tony said, we generally realize a decline and they take it somewhere else. kind of thing. You
But
know,
it
so
sounds like we have room to increase our costs and still be very competitive.
Correct.
And people use the buy nothing page and
Yeah.
give things away.
And that's,
Yeah,
you know,
hopefully they were not dumped in the woods near you, but instead at a donation center or something.
The recycling is a guess
Okay.
based on the fluctuations in the recycling market.
I'm sorry, Tony, if I could just,
Sure, yeah.
just back to the bulky waste, or not the bulky waste, the waste disposal, tipping fees and things of that nature. There is obviously the potential, anything we charge them more is going to be passed on to the people who use them. So from that perspective, we expect more people. It's what happened to me, and the reason that I, for the last many years, have been going to the transfer station with my trash is because they raised the fees and it was just like, I could just go down to the transfer station. So we'd expect that would increase, and we don't recoup any dollars there. So there is, again, the balance. We have to wait and see exactly how it turns out and adjust.
Okay.
Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, sure.
So recycling, that's a guess, you said?
That's a guess.
Okay,
Right.
we'll go with your
It's been
guess.
trending
You've been doing this for
favorably
24 years. so-
lately, so I'm okay with that.
Okay,
And like Mika said, I think there's a little bit of room here in the waste disposal tip fees. So as you see, it's 240 2 years ago. This is probably going to be a little higher than that. So I think we're okay as a whole for the three of them. Recreation, as you can see, we didn't do anything to building maintenance.
Can I just ask an unrelated question? Is under Board of Selectmen, we have general professional services.
Yeah.
Is that the town planner?
Yes.
So
It's a few things.
It's a few
it's,
things.
because town council is a separate, which leads me to believe, is town council not considered a professional service?
It is.
Um,
It is a professional service.
So what does the professional services include?
It includes EAP, Employee Assistance Program. It
Okay.
includes the planner. It includes, those are the two big items.
Any contracted,
There's,
any contracted resource that we're,
Yeah, there's,
So like,
we engage?
it would include,
General code.
general code, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, general code, if there's like a change to the ordinances,
Bless you.
okay,
and then we have to have general code update our website, that
okay.
comes out of there.
Okay, so what is the budget, do you know, exclusively for the town planner?
Have that.
the
Karen?
budget is $80,000, or in the area of $80,000, is what we budgeted for last year, if that's your question.
General
That's,
professional
Last
service
year,
line.
it's, no, that,
It's, what's it, 43?
oh, 26-27 says it was 71,683 for professional
Well, it's a
services,
little
but
over
Tony is
50.
saying that's more than just the town planner.
Yeah, it's a little over 50.
What we're using for the town planner
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
is,
asking.
I'm sorry, I thought
Yeah, yeah.
you said what we budgeted for the town planner.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I did, but what I meant
So-
was.
It's a little over
How much does the town
50,000.
planner cost?
It's a little over, yeah, it's a little over 50,000.
Oh, thank you for that.
The rest of it's general code, employee assistance program, like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Recreation, we dropped seasonal. Most of that is because recreation is no longer going to use the beach or nurse, and they could, this was actually sent to me by John Adamovich, they can, they're able to hire their own nurse and do it for less money.
Tony, is there a revenue line that offsets their
Recreation?
seasonal wages?
Yes, about 200,000, roughly.
Okay.
Their total,
Their total.
their total revenue line, is that what you're describing, or asking?
Well, if that's what we have as the total revenue line, I mean, it would seem to me that seasonal wages is gonna refer to their summer program. But
I would say a good
just-
portion of that is summer, but not all of it.
Some
Not
are,
all
some
of
of
it.
the
Yeah,
'cause they-
after-school
they
rec.
After school
Hire
needs,
new
correct.
or roll over
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
staff every.
So that, because it's that's a large budget item, but then it's offset by their revenues, which is around 200,000. So
Correct.
it's like a 90 and 80, okay.
Right, so, but it sounds like the, and I think from what I understand of the rec budget, the revenue from the programs is less than the expense for the programs.
Correct.
Overall,
Overall, which,
there's different programs, but that's not the case,
Yeah.
but overall.
so if there's a space where there's a bigger gap on that, and I know we talked to, when John was here about ratios for,
Summer camp.
summer camp, but I don't know if he's done more work on that, on how we can hone in on closing that gap a little more.
Yeah.
It's an $80,000 gap.
And then when they charge for their programs, they also don't charge like an admin fee. So like there's admin costs related to organizing and
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that
As
there's a
well
lot
as
that goes
John's
into it too, because you have to
Time.
price to make up for either people who qualify for reduced costs for the programs, but we should ask them to
We-
close
we
that
have.
gap some more. And
We've,
that could
we've asked-
potentially fund
we've-
some of the,
They're-
some of their capital,
Right, and that
if they
could,
close that budget
That's
gap.
a very good point.
yeah,
They are
one, it
pl-
could be bringing in more revenue, or it could be reducing, whether that's from having fewer part-time seasonals or from having more revenue. Yeah, I'd like to tighten that up if possible. So, or I'd like to see more of a breakout of that, and whether that's asking that from John and John or from the rec commission. I think it'd be
And what the
Work.
systems are that are in place for free or reduced cost for camp, just from an equity standpoint, as far as how that plays out across town.
okay.
Can we apply a similar concept to human services?
They have less part-time help.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But could they maybe increase their their cost, their revenue?
Their fees.
Yeah, their fees.
Certainly for out-of-towners.
So I feel
Yes,
like it
it
could
can.
be much greater
The answer
than
is
it is.
yes.
I know it's kind of a new concept for us, and it was a big change and a good one to employ. But I think we can go further to maximize.
I think that's
that
worthwhile. And
benefit.
I think we had more data from human services
Yes.
than we did from rec. So I'd at least like to have a better sense of all the details. But I agree with you. I mean, anywhere where we can close gaps
Yeah.
and make sure we're still providing the services we want to provide for
Yeah.
our seniors and for our youth, we want to do it. I just think rec is an area where I'd love to have a little more data.
I think
Me
that's
too.
a great goal. Great pursuit.
Okay, the next is the
Parks.
Parks Department.
You
And
dro-
we removed $5,500 for clay. And I think we're hopeful that we can purchase that now before the season starts. Use that.
Okay, so you're gonna fund it through
Yeah.
26.
Yeah, because that's a real safety issue if we
Yeah,
can't replace.
so you can get that on the fields before the season.
Do we charge fees for the use of the fields?
We do,
Okay.
and we get donations each year from the Woodbridge Fathers Baseball League to
Yep.
also help offset costs.
For the maintenance of the field, lining the field,
Right,
things of that
okay,
nature.
yeah, I figured that, but I just didn't, I wasn't sure what the kind of revenue was from there, but we definitely need to replace clay on baseball fields. It's really not safe to play. If you've ever watched kids play on fields where they haven't maintained the clay, it is
Well,
a
I
real
used to
safety
play
risk.
myself down at the East Shore, because they don't do it
It's-
quite as good a job there as they
It's-
do at the other.
Yeah, it's a real safety issue.
Good to know.
Turns to-
Yeah, the field gets very, I don't know, very hard, and then you get pockets where, you know, like the pitcher's mound.
It starts to
and things
crumble
like
and
that,
turns
where
into
it
rocks and
becomes
stones.
a risk for play, and the ball goes in unpredictable directions. so-
Probably a liability as well.
Yeah, it's not safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it's an important field maintenance, so just, you know, baseball mom over here.
Can tell.
The next is the library.
So my understanding is you dropped, just decided, the idea is to close one day,
One night.
One night.
night. Oh.
Just reduce the hours instead of 8
Yeah.
o'clock to 5 o'clock.
And
One
they
night.
also have the option, don't they, just to reduce some of their part-time staff during the day
They
if they
do.
could?
They could.
I mean, this is,
This is just suggestion, but.
right, but the library commission is free to make their own.
Correct, as they feel appropriate, right.
Right.
Which was what they included when we asked about the 0 to 0 increase. That's
Right.
one of their,
That was one of their suggestions. yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the staff.
reduce, in order to do that, they would have to reduce the amount of staff, part-time staff.
So can we add that? Or do we feel,
Well, you want to put it back? No, it's already in there. It's
No, we
dropping
took the-
15,000.
no, I'm
Yeah.
saying the staff. This
So you
is
want to
just-
reduce it further,
No, it's dropping 15,000 from part-time.
right?
Correct.
We're reducing part-time help,
Just,
From,
which
from
which
200
equates, generally,
I'm
it just
sure, yeah, I'm
equates to
sure.
one.
no, that's okay, Tony.
They can decide how they structure.
Yeah, they can
that-
decide how they.
That cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
For
agree.
what works.
What the consequences are is up to them
Yeah, okay,
to choose.
that's a good call.
And sometimes they have shifts in part-time, they, you know, in terms of hiring and
Yep.
delay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The next is benefits are the changes for payroll taxes based on the reductions in part-time wages and the reduction of the officer. The only one I didn't change on the officer was the health yet, which
That's what I was going to ask about. That
Yeah.
seems to be missing, right?
Yeah, I didn't do the healthcare yet.
Okay.
I was gonna just wrap it into the change with the,
Wait, so the
percentage.
officer
Oh,
is
with the
reflected
percentage,
in
got
this,
it.
but.
I didn't do the
No.
healthcare. I could do it if you'd like. I can tell you
See,
what it is. You can
I
add
thought
it.
none of the,
The reduction of the count from 23 to 22.
Tony.
You took
oh, you're
out
talking
some
about
of the
police
benefits.
officer, not
Yeah.
administrative
Took
officer.
FICA and benefits out of there, but we didn't take healthcare,
I see,
which would
I'm
be,
sorry, I
that's a big
misunderstood,
nut.
by
That
officer,
would
I
be a nut.
misunderstood.
Mhm.
Thought he was talking about the administrative.
But as Tony said, what he's looking for is if we're going to do a reduction as a result of the 15%, then that will be also included in there.
I didn't change the retirement because the MERS rates came back higher than I had budgeted. So the MERS rates were higher. So when I took the retirement out, it was actually even a little more.
Wow.
So that's why I didn't take the retirement out.
Okay. Okay.
Woodbridge Board of Education, there is a sheet that the superintendent sent,
Right.
which you should have all seen.
Yes. So you changed it based on what he wrote.
Right, correct.
Right. Yeah.
And capital we ran over,
Yep, and Amity is unchanged.
and Amity's unchanged
Yeah.
for the time being.
Yep.
So are there other items that you may have looked at as you've reviewed this that we want to take a look at as a group?
I think what what I'm hearing is all of us are wondering whether time has come to take another close look. Now, obviously, we can't do it this evening, but at the fees across the board from the departments. And perhaps, that should be a goal, is to try and see if we can update those.
If you look at the revenue, I took some,
You did do some of
I
that?
did,
Yeah, he
Okay.
added some
assuming
things.
that you would hopefully do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
So that's
We-
a
we-
revenue
we're-
change.
yeah,
I
we've
should
already-
show you that.
We've discussed it for, particularly for the transfer station, for
Transportation.
recreation,
Yeah, building,
For-
the extra
the,
$30 fee for.
the building permits for
That I saw.
acceptance.
Does that
Human
requ-
services, we've talked about it. We haven't really looked at fees associated with library, but there's not significant fees there.
Do
So-
does any of this require an ordinance or an action by the Board of Selectmen to actually change the fees, or how does the change of fee occur?
At the transfer station, if I remember correctly, we changed the ordinance so as to allow the Board of Selectmen to make that change.
Okay.
So that we can do that. Recreation is, again, Board of Selectmen and/or department. They could actually change the fees themselves if they opted to do so.
That would have to be a direction and a goal that the Board of Selectmen would give either to that commission or department.
Correct. They could, technically, if he wanted to, for example, raise his fees, I mean, it should be part of the budget process. But if he mid-year decided that horseback riding should be more because he didn't include administrative costs, he can do that without necessarily coming to the board to do that. But the board, for
But I think
our
that-
part, we can suggest and/or indicate that they should, do whatever we feel is appropriate.
So,
But they should look at not only their fee structure, but their systems processes for how they
Correct.
come up with this, how they review it, how
That's what
often they
we're-
review it, their fee structures.
Right,
The
and we should be
detail-
aware of that information
Right.
and the historical, how things have changed. If we see that prices haven't changed in X number of years,
so.
We've had that conversation in the last couple of years, particularly with
It's-
recreation. So I
yeah.
know we've raised rates and raised fees in recreation, I think each of the last 2 years. 2 years ago, we raised it significantly, last year a little bit less so. But, that's something that we can indeed dictate, so to speak, in terms of what we want to do along those lines.
So could we have a motion, what I'm thinking of is the timing. Could we have a motion that we would pass directing all departments that have fees to update them within the next period of time, come back so that it would be available, it wouldn't be available for March 4th, but it could be available when the Board of Finance makes its final budget recommendations after the preliminary budget hearing?
We've already asked some, of the- like rec and some other departments that have significant fees, transfer station. We've already budgeted for those increases, if you will. But in answer to your question, yes, we can go further and say, okay, we want to make sure that everyone has increased their fees by at least 10% or more for out of town, if there's that distinction to be made.
I think they should do also, complete some type of budget analysis to see, what other towns charge for certain programs and charge for, out of town versus in town. I mean, instead of a percentage, like what is the market rate for, some of these things, to help close that gap, and then how often we're going to
For rec, we have done
review that. I think even if it would, be ideal sooner rather than later, but it sounds like if we're really asking for a thorough review of this and a market analysis, that might take more than a couple of weeks. I think even if they did make a change midway through, that money that they, if we recouped more revenue at the end of this next fiscal year, that could be to replace the fund balance that we have used, it could be to replace the extra contingency that we're putting in. We can still do things to make the outcome of this budget better,
Yes.
Right.
even though
Yes.
those fees, that might happen in between the budget years.
Understood.
So Maria, do you feel the need for a motion, or do you want to just,
Maybe we
But
talk
that's
about it a little more in strategic planning and set some concrete goals, and then we can maybe from that send it to the,
okay. I just do think it would have more clout if it came from the full Board of Selectmen, so I would,
Well, and that could come through strategic planning to our next
and
March.
be all departments, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just, that way, nobody will feel like they've been
yeah.
singled out, they just
In
understand.
the
where-
Yeah,
meantime,
fair.
without a motion, Tony and I can alert all of the departments
Yeah.
as to what's
can do
coming
that.
down the pike.
Yep.
And make sure that they all understand what the circumstances are, and we can define the specifics of that over the course of the next few weeks, prior to, like you said, the preliminary budget period.
Well, and to clarify, I mean, I'm interested in seeing all the information. I don't know that in every
Right.
case it's the right thing to raise anything. I just, I want to know the information, the revenue and expense and some history so that, you know, and if each of the departments and the staff need any support, it may be that their respective commissions can be helpful in doing research and providing information. And I'd like to know I'd like to have a better sense of revenue and expense in a little more detail from each of these programs that charge fees.
Let's be clear in terms of what we're looking for, so we can make sure we put together information that's actually that's actually responds to what you're looking for. That's the important thing, because we do have, resources are limited.
Right.
Especially at this time of year, so do you have a sense for how we can garner the information that's being discussed?
I mean,
Done
with,
me? So I
I thought you were
suggest-
looking at him.
Okay. I suggest that you will contact each department to highlight which fees they charge, when was the last time, the history on those fees, this is all information you want, right? And what justification, what service are those fees being charged for, and what's the cost of that service?
and what market,
And
what's the
any
market
data
rate?
on other towns and how they do
Yeah,
it.
okay,
Comparable towns or
right.
nearby towns that offer similar services. Yeah. Is that,
I missed
that
one,
count?
I'm sorry, what was the other one? The fourth one, Tony?
what other towns charge?
But other
No, I
towns-
got that one. The third one was the one that I missed. We have fees, the history of the fees, in other words, is what, when we've raised them
How
in
it
the
compares
past.
to actual costs?
Yeah,
Thank you.
the percentage of the expense.
The costs are already, yeah.
Of what you're trying to cover.
Yeah. What we're looking at now is how they're calculating costs, because
And I think the
what
one-
we're finding is we're not including administrative costs.
Right.
So, for example, John's putting together all these programs. John DeMayo might be putting together all the programs, but the time he's spending on doing that isn't included in our cost
And
estimates.
they
Well,
probably don't.
Busing is,
Do you
transportation.
have a method for doing that?
We will, yeah,
I
we
can
can
speak to you
create a
if
method.
helpful at the personnel committee level of how the state does that.
Yeah.
And,
Sure,
um,
absolutely. But, yeah, we have,
Can I, yeah, I think the other question about this issue of costs is also out-of-towners versus in-towners. Could add that, please.
And I'd like to throw another wrench in this about I know we don't have a department head, certainly, but the community center, my hope is that can generate some revenue. I mean, it should, so, I don't know who the point of contact is for that at this stage, but perhaps that can be added in this.
Yeah, I would think, I would like for this process to become the standard for
Yes,
all of
all
the
of it.
departments to review, and so then that would become the standard for that, department also, and I feel, with an understanding that for our residents of the town, for their tax dollars, some of these administrative things, administrative processes that we're providing them as part of the service that they're getting for their tax dollars. So I'm in no way suggesting that we should be recouping all of those fees, because for their tax dollars,
Of course.
this is,
It's a
this is the service that we're providing. However, I think there's a big enough revenue gap, and there's other ways for us to close that gap, and that should be looked at very carefully. But
I agree.
It's also a distinction between you know, those who don't use it, they can expect some administrative costs, but
Mm-hmm.
the actual program should be fully funded by the people who use them,
Mm-hmm.
right? Maybe not the admin costs,
Right,
Yeah.
agreed.
so.
Okay.
Tony, just before, do we have a motion yet? No.
No.
We do.
Are you done reviewing this?
Yes, those
Okay,
are our
so
changes.
just,
Those are all the changes that we've identified, and that's
Right.
why I asked if are there any other changes before
So far,
we-
the only change we have to add.
Is a
Add the
contingency.
contingency back,
contingency.
right?
and
Yep.
I mean, I know where this is gonna go, but I obviously don't feel like we need to budget for a town planner. I felt this way last budget cycle, and the year before that. Mika, I know how you feel very strongly
We're in a-
differently than I. So,
we-
but that is something I think we can save $50,000 on.
But what I would suggest, though, Andrea, is we're in a different place even than we were. You're right. Last year, I didn't feel I felt it was a critical resource needed. I feel stronger this time because of the new legislation that's out, and we've just established a new housing commission that we do need that type of expertise. We could discuss all day long about who it should be and things of that nature, but the resource and the information that we garner from that resource is critical. Particularly with everything that's happening in town from a zoning perspective. So, and what I can tell you is who we've selected are, in this particular case, but also in the last case as well, are people is a firm who's been vetted and recommended by our Council of Government. And so it's not, and is being used by a number of different towns, many of whom are like us, and who have been going through the same things we are. So that knowledge just doesn't exist here in town, and, to the level that we're going to need it. So to me, that's exactly why you hire somebody with that expertise.
So,
Andrea, I understand what you're saying, and it's a tight budget year, and we're looking everywhere. I think, with regard to, a town planner, with regard to, economic development guidance, I think, in looking back over the years, our town has existed without that guidance recently, and it hasn't worked out the best for us as far as moving us forward, and having the government really work for the people. And so, to me, while I do hear you and echo the sentiment of trying to find things, everywhere, I think that to move forward with the projects that we have, with the state mandates that we have, to make sure that we are planning appropriately in all aspects of the town, I think it's guidance that we need.
I appreciate that, and I understand. Then you hear public comment like what we heard last meeting about this particular town planner, and I myself have witnessed some comment and contributions that make me question this particular town planner. Economic development, I would be much more supportive of funding, because that is a line item that actually can help generate more revenue, diversify our revenue. And so I think that money takes us, in terms of generating money, that money takes us further and has a more economic value there. But I understand with Public Act 25-1 and all that's going on, the need for support.
My sense is where we need the most help right now is with zoning.
so I'd like to, if I could, just chime in on
Please.
that, where I think there's two gaps in this budget. One is economic development, which I know is something that, at least nominally, up to $25,000 is for discussion as we consider reorganization. I'm concerned that's not nearly enough.
Agreed.
But for somebody to be really effective. But the other thing that I have observed, talking about zoning and support for TPZ in particular, is I think the dropping to a part-time building official, which happened after Mr. Gilbertson died. The problem with that is Mr. Gilbertson was a great resource to TPZ in particular, also inland wetlands, and sitting in those meetings and making sure that the volunteer members of those commissions were aware of what their own rules were and what the standards were for considering applications. And we have reverted in the last couple of months to having town council and a planner, which I think is probably more expensive than if we had proper support at a zoning enforcement officer level. So I'm concerned about how we're providing, we absolutely need to give support to them, but I'm concerned about how we're going about it.
Is that who's standard in other towns? Who
It's, I
consults with
don't
those
know,
committees?
it's the way we did it for years and years, and it was quite effective. And it may be, what I'm wondering is whether we would be better served by 2 part-timers. I mean, we've got the part-time building official, but maybe we need to try and find somebody. I know I keep saying this, but as somebody who's collecting, I'm actually collecting a pension right now. I can say that, and I don't think I'm completely out of ability to contribute to efforts. I could see the charm of somebody retiring from somewhere else and then coming here and doing basically evening work, right? Supporting our land use agencies in understanding their regs, which is a different function from supporting planning going forward.
And in different ways. I was
But
just trying
not
to decide if
necessarily
it
a
was-
lawyer having to tell them everything. It's somebody who just knows.
Right. I didn't know if it was particular to the person who held that role before and what they did, or if it was the actual role itself in advising other towns. Like,
I think
maybe
you
we
have
just-
to have a zoning enforcement officer. He served a particular function with his talents. I mean, as in all things, reality is in personnel, you adjust things for the people. But I think it's not fair to our current staffing and our current volunteer commissions. I don't think it's serving the town well, nor do I think it's the most cost effective. So I would ask that the personnel committee could look at that, or we look at it from, I don't know which committee should be looking at it, but somebody should be looking at that issue.
It depends on it also depends on what you're looking at. If you're suggesting additional part-time support for our zoning officer, or our building department / zoning officer, then, certainly there's a process we can go about in terms of doing that, and it's just a matter of how much do we want to spend from that perspective. One of the other things I'll note, along the lines of what you said, Maria, is in addition to the individual, it's also what's happening at the time that you're in need of that resource.
Yeah.
We are in a different situation now than we have ever been in the past. What we need now is true professional knowledge and support in terms of what's happening from a zoning perspective in particular. That expertise is expensive. If you look at what a town planner is getting paid if you hire them, which is the reason that we decided we'd go with a resource that we contracted for. How we use them, I think, is the most important thing. The expertise is there. We have to define, and regardless of who it is, we define what we do and how we use them. But I think we could absolutely use more support in our zoning officers, our zoning department, if you will, department-wise, in support of our zoning officer right now.
And what I'm saying is, right now where we are is, as I understand it, we have a town planner and we have a town attorney going to these meetings. And is that the most cost-effective way to provide them the support that they need? There's a planning function, but then there's a zoning function. And for the zoning function, I'm just asking, maybe we need to relook at how we are
The town planner
staffing.
can definitely assist with planning. That's what.
Well, no, they do
that's
planning,
what
but they don't sit there and necessarily and say, okay, remember your current zoning for this parcel is X, Y, Z, and, it's a this or a that, and all these details.
Our attorney is involved to the degree that he is right now, primarily because of what's happening. And, because there's legal aspects of what the applications and things of that nature that are going on. Let's identify what we're talking about, what we're looking for, and we're happy to explore it, because yes, I do feel we could use the support in that area.
I'm concerned that the legal could get out of control, because I understand that there's a certain amount that's contractual,
Retained, right,
right,
retainer.
retained, but then it starts being billed.
Yes, indeed.
And what I'm worried about is the trend of continuing in billing is, can we have non-legal services which are cheaper, that would provide the support they need in certain, at least some instances? I'm just asking that question.
Right. Well, we didn't always have him, have our legal counsel at TPZ. I think it was a result of, the support that they needed.
For the applications that were
Right.
before them, correct. Correct. They weren't, he wasn't engaged to the degree he is, but you're right. There's aspects that are included under the retainer. And then there's a lot of work that's just not, which is the reason I think we increased the budget in the
So
selectmen in terms of,
I just want to point this out.
please.
In the town plan and zoning,
Mhm.
there's this line here,
Yes.
general professional services, which was previously used for the for the plan. town plan.
For the POCD.
POCD, yeah. So it was kept in the budget for what you were exactly saying,
Yeah.
is
To
assistance.
cover the
Assistance
lawyer?
with,
or-
no, just for
More
assistance
assist-
with zoning.
Okay.
The same holds true for the town planner. There's town planner, he's on a retainer as well.
What that
And-
assistance takes, how it's done, how much it costs, I think are all questions. But I know there was some money kept in here for that reason.
Okay,
So
Thank you.
maybe you can use that as seed money to move forward.
okay.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay.
Okay?
And Chris is under
Chris is half here and half in,
inland wetlands, inland wetlands.
Right, this is half.
So again, there's no, I can tell you unequivocally that we can use support with what's happening right now in terms of our town and the things that are happening from a housing perspective in particular, but zoning, just generally speaking. We need to rezone our business district. We need to consider zoning for the country club. We need to consider zoning for revisions in zoning just from a housing standpoint, generally speaking. We could use the additional resources. So if that's something we want to consider and we want to put into the budget, then we should consider that in terms of offering that to the Board of Finance.
I think it's additional and, using our resources potentially differently with the budget in mind. So maybe supplementing resources rather than additional, just if, to avoid the bills, so, an increase in bills.
But who do you
Just-
supplement it with, I guess, is how do you supplement
Yeah,
it?
and I
That
think-
becomes a question.
Right, and on the personnel committee, I'm willing to kind of think through that a little bit more. I do think it'd behoove personnel to start a cadence of meeting more routinely, to be a little bit more proactive about these things, if helpful to.
No
to
objection
you-
to that. No objection to that
We should talk
whatsoever.
about that tomorrow.
Yeah,
in personnel.
yeah. And we talked about it in the past too. Yeah. Because these things do come up, and it always seems reaction, as they do.
Yeah, the problem I think that we have is we're identifying, we're all agreeing we need to look at these things, but we can't come up with a recommendation in time with the budget, and the deadline that we have.
Yeah.
So I guess what I would suggest is, let me ask you this question, Tony. We know that at least for a period of time, for this current fiscal year, right, we're going to have vacancies.
Correct.
What flexibility do we have to keep that money, so to speak, parked? We're thinking that if we need some seed money for fiscal year '27,
cannot
can't
move
do
it.
it at all.
No.
It just goes back to the.
Goes back to the fund balance.
Okay, but then we would be asking for a fund balance.
Yeah, you can, that's the effective pattern of how it would work, yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how it would work.
I do plan to use some of that vacancy. For instance, the savings we're getting by not having a public works director is gonna help pay for the snow removal.
Right, I understand that.
So that's as an example,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
But yes, you have to use it for current year dollars. current year
There'll be other things that'll come up fixing
Okay,
this
so
or
maybe
that.
so in terms of the staffing we're
Contingency.
talking about here, I think it would be more is, for purposes of budget,
Fund the
we
same
would
way,
say that
fund
if we
balance.
can somehow reduce the hours we need for a public works director, we might be able then.
For next year.
For
You can do-
next year.
Yes, that you
For
can
next
do.
year.
That if we can get personnel to help us reach a decision of whether we're gonna advertise for a part-time public
Or-
works director.
Or if you hire a full-time public work director, but you wait 3 months as an example.
but 3 months into next year.
Right.
Yeah, but that doesn't solve us a sort of a
Doesn't sound
cadence of the
long-term, no.
budget.
Does not.
Yeah.
But
No.
what I'm thinking is maybe that will give us some money for some of these other things we're talking
Okay.
about.
But
Okay,
again, something that we should consider now, discuss now, identify now, and recommend to the Board of Finance.
I think the problem is we can't, because we don't have a plan. But we can say to them, in having a full-time public works
We can-
director, that we're going to be looking at trying to make it part-time in order to fund a little bit of economic development and a little bit more support for zoning, for the TPZ.
I mean,
You could,
We could just budget for a part-time, we
Or you
could
could-
budget for a part-time Public Works Director.
you could.
And that would be adequate
Well-
to suit our needs of a town our size.
It's a different question.
It's a very different question.
It seems to me it's fly-by-night at this point. I think it's a good idea to explore, but it's not something you can budget
I
for
wouldn't-
at
I
this
wouldn't-
time.
Right, I mean, I
wouldn't
don't know if I
recommend it
could,
right now.
I don't know if I
I
could make that
agree,
decision
don't get me wrong, I'm
tonight
just
either,
saying we
that that's
can. I
appropriate
understand.
without more information.
Yeah. No, I think the
It may-
time,
it may
the
turn out to
timing is
be-
off, is what I'm
Correct.
saying. But the goal should be, look at it in this, do this and then capture the dollars
When we
for
can.
these other purposes.
100%. And this is the time to identify all of those things that we should be looking at in the next year.
So we need a motion to restore the contingency
Yes.
line item to 300,000. I'll make such a
And
motion.
to forward the budget to the,
I have a sense that Amy would like to proceed in the similar way that we did with the capital
Can I just
budget.
ask
So-
one
Please.
question? I think when we went over human services, I might have missed it. The $14,000 for the DCF grant. We got some information about that. It looks like there's programming for school
kids.
programs and other resources through human services. That was, so that 14,000 was,
It's the last line.
was cut, so I didn't know, I know, I had just asked for more information for the Board of Selectmen to review, but I didn't know where that landed, because that would be adding that back in.
But then it would be offset by revenue potentially.
We would receive a matching grant, and then it looks like there's an extension on the grant for an additional 8,000 and change, right, is what we, but I know it is funding
the 14,000 is a match, our
a matching
match
grant, and then
portion.
you can file for additional money that has in past years supported, guided tutoring and other programming for kids in town. So I just didn't know where that stood. Are we still?
Haven't had a conversation with Jeanette since I've
Okay.
been back, so I don't
That's
have
fair,
a specific details on that. I know what you looked at. We did send all the information out that she provided, which explained a little bit about the grant. Bottom line is, I think the step we need to take is to ask the school if one can fund that and administer the grant. It's a
Yeah.
youth services grant, and what I have found out is that it's specific, it's supposed to go to a youth services program.
Yes.
Not a school per se. if you
Right,
will.
but often
Yes,
those programs funnel through, like it's an after-school program that's run in the school facility,
it
and
might be
things like
just
that
a
by
matter of
someone.
nomenclature.
Right.
Exactly.
So I think my only question was just about, the impact of that, and,
To that end, we did receive some additional information about the grant, but the question of whether the grant was applied for and whether we were investing that $14,000 match to get $22,000 to $24,000 worth of grant money and services was not answered. So I don't know if if it was in the budget for this current year, and the school,
It is nowhere in the budget for this year.
okay, so it
That
wasn't.
$14,000.
Next year.
So, I'm sorry, for 27, for 27.
but it was in the previous years.
Tony might be a
in
better
this year.
person.
It's in this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will add that the way the youth services works is it's a separate fund, the youth services fund. So this is it, as you'll notice, the last line is transfers out.
Yep.
And so the funding from the general fund largely depends on the activity level in the department.
Yep.
So you'll notice in '25, the town funded 35,000.
Yep.
This year we're probably around 50, although maybe a little less because we've had we've received a retirement notice
Okay.
from the director, so there may be some savings there. And I guess my point is it's not a linear
Right.
thing.
Right.
And the fund itself has got a balance of about $11,500 in it.
So how do we know if this matching grant amount is included in this budget?
It's not. But what I'm saying is,
Okay.
it's not a linear situation. A lot of it depends on what happens during the year, and
Yeah, which programs run, how
right,
they're, yeah.
right, exactly. How
Right,
many
you try to run a
programs they
program, you don't have kids interested
Right,
in it or
right,
available.
Correct.
Right.
So then maybe the programs aren't run, or whatever the case may be. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm saying is there may be an opportunity to fund it even if it's not in that line.
Okay. That was just my only question, because that's, money for programs for kids, so.
I mean, I have
Arbitrarily make a cut.
different but similar questions about, so the Community and Cultural Center is not, other than like natural gas and utilities, there's no budgeted recommendation included right now.
And also there's custodial and building maintenance.
But there's
Okay,
nothing for staff.
but nothing for staffing,
Right.
nothing
Nothing
for
for events.
furnishing,
Right,
nothing for
correct.
events. So I guess, which I understand why that is, but then help me to understand what happens when during the year, the fiscal year we're planning for, those requests come in. So that's contingency, that's,
Part of that,
how are we planning to like risk, because we know that's coming.
the reorg is response to that. The reorg includes a resource that would oversee the function of the community center as well as the functions of the rest of the town in terms of programs and things of that nature.
So just to be very clear, one of, I think, what Andrea was alluding to in the last meeting, and I have too, as a concern about the reorg, is it assumes a part-time finance director, which may work for a period of time. Be nice if it forever, but we all know it won't be forever. And I think while I'm encouraging a part-time public works director will be looked at, I think it's unusual for a town to have a part-time finance director. So I just want to put a marker out there that I have concerns about the long-term implications.
What do you
of the
consider
reorg.
long-term?
When I asked that question, I know it got put to 4 years because that's when this
Grant's a 3-year grant.
But I was thinking 10 years, I was thinking, longer
Yeah.
than beyond the grant period, and
That's
how,
that's the
Here's-
hope.
yeah,
Yeah.
what's the hope, I'm sorry,
That's longer than the grant period.
yeah.
Right, that it functions and
That
it
it
works
works, it functions
for
and-
as long as we feel we want to keep it that way. My sense is, or where I am on this, is that if it doesn't, we're no different, we're better off than if we decided to just go standard admin officer, standard finance director right now. It gives us an opportunity to try this at a reduced cost to the point that we can add resources that would address many of the things we've been talking about. So it provides us an opportunity, a 3-year opportunity. For 3 budgets, it allows us to increase the number of resources we have here at Town Hall to perform the functions that are critical. And more along the lines of strategic type functions than necessarily administrative, though it addresses the administrative as well, which is very, very important from my perspective, because it's something that's lacking right now. So, but again, keep in mind that whether you hire 2 individuals, one person to replace Tony and one person to act as our admin officer today, or whether you do it in 3 years, if we do the part-time, we've saved dollars over the course of those last 3 years. And we find ourselves in a situation where we're doing what we would, same thing that we would do here. It doesn't prevent us from adjusting when we need to adjust. It just provides us an opportunity to see if this particular format will work. And always, please understand completely, I would be where you are possibly if it wasn't Tony Genevieve's. We have the advantage of keeping the resource that we have.
Oh, yeah, and I fully
which is a-
support
Which is
that.
but I'm saying just because, but that's why I feel it can work. That's why I strongly feel it can work, because he has the experience, he has the knowledge, he has the ability, and he has the work ethic that I know will give us what we need in order for, his work ethic alone will not allow him to, he'll know before we do that this isn't working,
Right.
so.
True.
So that's,
Staff that will make it work.
so in additionally, it allows us, what we lose if we do the two new right now, we lose the institutional knowledge that Tony possesses from an admin officer standpoint that can help whoever we hire as that individual comes on board. And if it's a year, it's a year. If it doesn't work, we adjust. There's nothing that mandates we have to continue in this way if it's not working. What we will do is, what I will say though, the contingency that I've discussed with my counterpart in the other town is that it would be a 6-month notice requirement. So it would be like you would have to tell them by, what you don't want to do is say in December, you're leaving in January. And right in the middle of the budget cycle. So the deadline would be by each year, half year, 6 months into the year, that's when you assess it. If you're gonna keep going, you keep going. If you're not, you stop, and then you have 6 months to adjust to that and bring on the resources. So there's been a lot of thought and planning that has gone into this. Financially, it's a win for the town particularly from a 3-year standpoint.
Well, we'll have and you're talking about the resource.
Yes, I am.
And we'll have the opportunity in personnel to talk about that tomorrow.
We will.
I will say, especially because Lauren is new to the board and personnel, it's my understanding that reorg should have been brought to personnel first, Mika, and then to the larger board with personnel's input and recommendation. So I just think procedurally, we're doing this a little backwards. Lauren, if that's helpful to,
Well,
but-
it's, in a sense, it has, and I don't mean to interrupt.
yeah, no,
Andrea,
that's fine.
But consider the practical matter. We've only been in existence since January 1st. So this is February 17th. So we've had 1 month, basically. So,
Yeah,
and we haven't been
and
able
it's
to
been a
meet as a
busy- it's
personnel.
been a very
And it's been a
busy
very
month.
busy month. So-
I do get it. I look forward to diving into that topic more tomorrow and then coming back to the board with a recommendation, depending on how that agenda, is managed. But in terms of this conversation, I just wanted to contextualize how realistic, like what is being presented tonight is in the concept of what we know is coming down, or what we anticipate coming to us from a brand new facility. So that was
Since last year, I'm sorry, Marie. go
No,
ahead.
that's great. I was just, I think, given the timing of all of this and understanding January 1st till now, that aside, I do agree. I think the reorg needs to happen, but I also think it would have been nice to understand contextually how that fits in with an even greater reorganization in town.
Yes.
And the prioritization of that and how that were to move forward. And so from that perspective, I think that's something the Personnel Committee should look at, because it would have been nice to understand these job descriptions and these roles coming in, and then what that means for our other offices and
Yes.
departments in town.
Right.
From a
because a
even more
reorg in
overall
one area
perspective.
affects, it should, if done, as I think it's
I hope it
intended to,
does.
right?
Well, since we did this in the manner we did, I'd just like to make clear my perspective that I think we hire an administrative officer, we need to hire an administrative officer, but Tony has indicated that it's 60 to 70% of his time sometime. We're now gonna end up with somebody doing it 100% of the time. So I'm not convinced that we need all the other things that are also on there. Plus, there is, let me just finish, there is also the aspect that when you hire somebody, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. And so until you hire them, you won't know what the gaps are. That person might not be great on HR, and so we need to hire, some kind of HR services, but they're great on something else. So I would prefer to proceed one step at a time. We need to have an administrative officer, we hire an administrative officer, we get the best person we can. Then, Mika, you would have the benefit of the the administrative officer assisting you in thinking about other personnel changes. I just think it's,
No,
I think
yeah,
I think that it has to go a step at a time.
And we are going a step at a time. But it's, for example, your example of 60% of Tony's time being 60 or 70% of Tony's time being administrative is because he has to spend 30% of his time on finance. It's not because that's all it takes. There's things not getting done. There are the reason that we're looking to do this is very specifically to address significant gaps and significant backlog in regards to how we're operating as a town hall. We've cut and cut and cut, and we've done a pretty good job in terms of being able to cope with that. But we've reduced our resources to this point in time where we're just not getting everything done that can be done. We are not as effective as we can be. We're not communicating as well as we would like to. We're not administratively, we're not doing everything that needs to be done to the degree that it should be, that would hold us to a higher standard. That's the reason to move into this type of a scenario. It's not a math equation in terms of just making sure we cover the percentage of time people are involved.
Respectfully, I asked Tony for the time changes. I did not see a reduction in the staffing between that you're talking about. I saw staffing reductions in various places, but I did not see it. Jerry Shaw's been referred to as administrative assistant. She was an executive assistant. I gave her that title.
No, she was an executive assistant. She's never been, no, the role I said was administrative. I did not refer to Jerry as an administrative assistant.
But she was an executive assistant.
And her role was administrative. She did not get involved with strategic. She did not plan programs. She did not plan events. She did not get involved with the day-to-day operation. She did not work with
But
sustainability
my point is,
commissions and things of that
I
nature.
would like to just make a distinction. I don't think that you've had a staff cut. I think you have a change in the goals of what you want to accomplish and changing understanding of what you want staffing for, and that's different from saying that there was an actual cut in a position.
We've had a
There
grant
was
writer
not.
position. We've had a grant writer position.
The grant writer came and went. That
Mhm.
was a function of a particular,
But it was a resource that was available that is no longer available, Amy.
but that was an expansion. That was an expansion that lasted for 2 years and then it was brought down. That's not like a long-term 10-year trend and we cut back on it, as was happening down in some other departments where they actually cut staffing.
Right.
So, I
And when
mean,
those departments, those cuts are made in those
in
departments.
the case of looking down at the building/zoning, et cetera, you actually went from, 3 people to 2.5. That's a cut.
And we're
Looking
sitting
over
here
10,
now saying
12
that
years.
we're not doing enough in terms of that area. So, again,
Yes,
I'm
but
sorry,
that's
Amy.
restoring. I'm just saying there's a distinction between saying whether or not you're expanding because you think programmatically and over time you need to do it, and whether you're saying we actually had a cut and we're just putting ourselves back in place.
And
And
if
I don't
if
think
that,
you are.
I'm certainly not indicating that that's the only reason for us to
Yeah.
do anything here at all. I'm just saying that we have cut. And, Marie, I'm sorry.
I think the point that I was going to bring up is, and to go off of what Amy is saying, I think that there are responsibilities and roles that have evolved over the years that perhaps weren't as necessary years ago, and there were maybe some things years ago that we had in place in town hall that aren't needed now because there's efficiencies in the system or technology has replaced that. So I think the roles have evolved, and clearly we need to we need to take, a 30,000 360-foot view of how the town is run and administrative and continue to try to find efficiencies for budget reasons, to free up funds so that we can do these other jobs that have come up along the way. And it sounds to me like this is going to be a multi-step process. I think from the personnel board perspective, we should look at what we need in the town, what roles and responsibilities we need town government to fill to provide services to our residents here in Woodbridge, and start from that. If we know what responsibilities we need, communications, efficiencies with websites so it's easier for our residents to interact with us, whatever those efficiencies are, we need to identify those, and then we need to come up with those job descriptions and put people in those roles. That all is not going to be done within the next couple of weeks, so I imagine that this process is going to be a multi-step process in a more comprehensive reorganization that will start with an administrative officer. But I also think for the work that Mika and Tony have done to this point, I think we can identify that there are a couple of deficiencies in what we need to do to face our residents. Communications, running the cultural center, admin for our boards and commissions, et cetera, that we probably have already identified, and the public has identified, and the public has come to our meetings and told us that we need to be better at some of these things. And so I think from that perspective, we may be able to move ahead with or consider moving ahead with the roles that have been defined at this point. But I think, to your point, Andrea, it is the purview of the personnel committee along with the administrative officer to really take a more comprehensive look at that down the road. But I think that there are a couple of things that we can do for the efficiency of running boards and commissions, making sure that more of our meetings are more accessible to our residents, and for communications that will be critical to put in place now as a first step or a first phase in that process, which I think looked to me when I was reading through those descriptions as some of the goals.
It's important, and maybe it could be a matter of semantics, but it might be better if we looked at this as a restructure, in the sense of the administrative officer to me is non-debatable. It's just
It's in the charter.
It's non-debatable.
You shall have it. It's non-debatable.
So that's not so we're talking.
That shall. I
That's
believe
it.
shall.
So we know that's going to happen. If we're moving to part-time from a finance director standpoint, and I feel strongly that we can successfully do that, particularly if we're able to augment the office here, the town hall office here, with the resources that will enable that individual to do just that, finance, to be able to focus on finance. So from my perspective, like adding an administrative assistant who is specific to that, it allows that person to focus on the daily administrative operations. That's what that person does. And then you have someone else that is able to focus on on high impact strategic type initiatives and coordination. We don't have that right now. Or we have that by utilizing people whose positions aren't specific to that particular role. We just simply don't have that. That's something that's become, to Maria's point, has become more and more important. It's become critical at this point in time to make sure you do communicate, to make sure you do have a means by which people can respond and interact with the town that's effective and efficient, to make sure you have somebody who is overseeing programs so that you don't have empty spaces that you're heating, but you have so you can potentially put together programs that bring in revenue as opposed to just programs that don't. So it's those types of things that are important. And the most important aspect of the reason that I feel when we put this together and we started talking about this, it was very specifically as an overall plan, because it addresses the needs. Tony's part-time, he's got additional support. He's got administrative support. He's got the administrative officer support, and he's got an additional person who's running the things that he had been doing previously. We're able to add these resources that are needed without adding cost.
But you're not, look, So I'll be very blunt. I wrote
Please.
all my own communications, I drafted RFPs, I did all sorts of things that you're talking about needing to be done. I did them as first selectman. I get it that when it comes to the town website, we didn't begin to have that. I agree that that's a whole nother level of communication, and with it comes some substantial responsibilities and time that's involved. I get it, but I simply do not buy that all this is necessary. And I think money saved by not doing these things that you are proposing to do is not just, oh, the money's here, so we're even. I'm talking about redirecting some of that money so we can do what I see are the gaps, which is the lack of sufficient zoning enforcement officer support, the lack of economic development. That's what I'm seeing, and I consider those to be more of a priority than some of the things you've listed. With all due respect for Karen, I would eliminate the assistant administrative officer position and/or the administrative assistant position, one or both. I just don't see at this point that they're necessary. I don't see the justification for them in tight times when you consider what else you could do with the money. Would it be nice to have? Sure.
Things have changed in 20 years. Amy.
I understand they've
Things have
changed. I
in
said
20
that they
years.
have changed with respect, but some things have not changed. And that is, we are a town of
things have gotten
10,000
worse.
people. We are a small town. We are not a town that's gonna have, everybody with their little silos. I don't even understand what a project analyst is. You have that now listed. That's not something, I have any concept of what that job is or what's involved or what time it takes to do it. I don't see why that position isn't. I just don't get it. So call me skeptical. I am. And I need a very clear understanding in the terms of the prioritization of what we do need in terms of staffing and where I see the gaps.
All right, sounds like we have to talk about some things in personnel and maybe move on our
Yeah,
budget work.
In terms of tonight, moving on with where we're at, we, I think still to this point have only identified the one change.
Yes.
Yes.
The one-
Yes.
For
I do help write RFPs. I do much of what I'm sorry, Steve, but just to respond, I'm gainfully employed.
I'm not saying you aren't, but I'm
So-
just saying that having to add extra staff I haven't seen the justification to that extent. I'm not suggesting you aren't busy, I'm just suggesting that.
Which is wonderful, because apparently you're indicating that everything at Town Hall is working well. The communications is great, the websites are great. Everything that's happening at Town Hall is all going exactly as it should.
No,
That's, okay, just making sure.
but I include 2 floors in town hall.
So do I. So, thank you, Steve, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. So, well, if we, obviously, there's always plenty to discuss. I don't know if we want to discuss or offer any other changes for tonight's purposes, but for now, all we have is the addition of the 100,000 back into contingency.
Yes, restoring a contingency to 300,000 instead of 200,000.
I don't know, I don't remember now if we had a motion on the table.
No.
We had a
I
very
tried-
long-
I tried to
so-
introduce one, but I don't
Okay.
think it was ever seconded, so go right ahead.
So I will make the motion that we adjust the budget as was presented to add the $100,000 back into the contingency line.
So, second.
Great. Maria?
Is this motion just for
Just for
adding
that.
that back in
Just for
or
that.
discussion of what's
Just-
happening with the
just-
rest of operating?
Just for adding.
Okay. Then I will-
Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries.
Obviously, we had lots of other discussion, but at this point, no other additions or subtractions have been suggested.
I have a question though about that. So for the budget purposes, what number then would we leave in for staffing?
Well, for now, it remains.
It's unchanged.
For
It's
now, it
unchanged.
remains
It's
unchanged.
unchanged.
Full-time public works director.
Yeah. Right, and we've talked about all the variations and concerns and things, and from Public Works to Community Cultural Center to the reorg and such, but as of now, the numbers are, we haven't suggested any changes to, so.
My point being,
Also-
once this goes forward, whatever reorganization happens has to happen within that budget for this budget year.
That is
That's the
correct.
Yes,
understanding.
and
Right.
obviously the Board of Finance will have their
Yes.
say on it as well, so.
And this also includes the deduction of a police officer.
As it's
It was
presented.
already
Presented.
presented.
It was already, yes,
presented.
yes, so this
But
includes.
just like,
yes.
yeah, that's what this includes, which
Yes.
I'm not super keen on. And yeah,
So can I make a suggestion? Rather than having our vote be that we recommend this budget, just boom, we think this is great, can we have a motion that is, we recommend it to the Board of Finance for further work, while at the same time, we are directing the Personnel Committee to get started on looking at personnel issues, and we are directing all the departments to look at the fees? Because I think those are two areas that we've identified, and I think it would be artificial to say, okay, now we recommend it. I would prefer to have that kind of,
I mean, I guess I would ask Tony on this too. I mean, that's, essentially that is what we do, right? When we
That's what
recommend
we
this, we're
do.
really referring it to further
So
work for the Board of Finance.
once we go through
But-
the revenues, and if there's any suggestions on the revenues, then I will give you a revised mill rate, expenditures, revenues, non-tax revenues, tax rate, mill rate, et cetera.
but we.
And that's what will go
And
to
that's
the
usually
board.
what you
Right,
vote on as a
but
board.
we're acknowledging, we also know that we don't know where we are on health insurance or some other
course.
numbers that are unknown there.
course,
I
yeah.
don't want to, I think,
But that's
I
always
would
been the
like a
case.
contextual recommendation
that
with
in the-
these, you know, these two things in particular, looking at fees and looking at personnel issues, being understood, and we're recommending it to the Board of Finance for further work and refinement.
I think that's appropriate.
I think we can only make a recommendation on the information that we know, and we
Yes.
can acknowledge that there's further information to be gained.
I think it's helpful for the public to know that we are seriously looking at the staffing issues and the fees issues.
That's fine.
that's
Do you want to
clear.
make that motion?
Yeah, so I move that we recommend the budget, with this one change, to the Board of Finance for their further work, while acknowledging that we have the Personnel Committee looking at staffing, and a directive that we're going to offer to all departments that offer fee-based services to answer the 5 questions or whatever, Tony, that we just gave you.
Yeah.
I don't want to repeat them all, and to provide us an update on that basis.
Second.
Any additional discussion, folks? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Revenues, Tony?
Yep. Similar to expenditures, I'm going to go over 2 sheets simultaneously. One is the changes that we made. That's this sheet here. And the other is, if you want to see the history, is the revenue estimates, which gives the actuals for the past 3
Yeah,
years.
that's more helpful to me. Okay.
Revenue estimates is in the folder.
Yep. There's not too many of these, so I can just go right through, I can go through it right through this sheet. There's not too many of these.
Yeah, this is all right.
Yeah. The first is, if you look at delinquent, prior property tax revenue and delinquent interest, I just increased those a little based on, we've been seeing an increase in trend there. We see like 25, and I think we'll have similar numbers in 26, so I just increased those a little. The intergovernmental revenues are based off the governor's recommended budget, and so you'll see the big item here is this.
Yes. Ouch, ouch.
The rest of them are pretty nominal. We got an increase in town road aid here. And those are the 2 paving ones. It's town road aid here, 321 plus 29,920. All the others are pretty stable. Department charges. So the department charges are submitted under the requested column. That's what the department requests for the department. And
So this is what they think they'll generate in
correct,
revenue?
right. Some of these I increased a little based on, like, town clerk fees. It's based on what we did last year and how we're trending this year. I increased the conveyance a little. I'm not sure about that one, but some of these, you know, she requested 240. I think we both agree that it can increase over 235. So that's that.
And that's a tax at the time somebody sells real estate?
Correct.
Or buys real estate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The Amity Resource Officer is now based off the new wages, which I fully calculated, so that's why that went up. That's a reimbursement from Amity for the resource officer at the high school.
Okay, got it.
The borough building permits was $30,000 for the certificate of acceptance, is it? That's so this is an example of a fee that I put in here that you may or may not want to act on.
You're proposing quite a substantial increase.
It was $30 a piece, and there's about 1,000 of them.
That's the increase you're saying?
It's not an increase. We don't charge
We don't
for
charge at all for it.
certificate of acceptance right now. Other
Okay.
towns do.
Oh, that's what
Most
was
charge-
said
yeah,
out there.
correct.
Bob brought that
up.
Yeah, I
The
think
towns
we
charge about
absolutely
$30.
should.
Yeah, the building official recommended
You
it.
recommended it.
That's
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
this,
I
that's
think
reflective of what the building
I think we should
official.
do that if other towns do it and
Yeah,
if
that's-
it reflects an
that's why I put it in there.
administrative cost.
That's
I
why
think
we put
should
it
do
in there.
Correct, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay. Yeah.
I think that's.
Transfer station fees, I put in what, you can see I increased it to 180. We were trending a little, you can see the tonnage went down here. So the fees went down. Let's see, 155, 136, 94, because the tonnage is going down, which also saves us money on expenditures. So this is just a question of if you increase the tonnage fee for the tipping fees is a big one. I think you'll get some money for.
So what, of that number, Tony?
And the
of
brush
that-
is the other thing we don't charge for that we have a significant expense on.
Okay, so would we need to consider as a board before July 1st?
Not
Any
necessarily.
additional fees or change to that fee structure to make that number work?
It would be helpful, yes.
Okay, so in order to recoup that 180, there is work that the Board of Selectmen has to do, action that we would need to take.
Correct.
Okay,
Especially over the summer when there's a lot of activity
right.
Are you talking
in the
about,
fall.
For transfer station
for
fees.
Station fees.
but are you talking about for brush erosion specifically or brush?
Well,
Both.
just look at all the fees. We have everything from tires to, and I'm not saying you have to change all the fees.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you should
yeah.
look at what all the fees are, what other towns are doing, what our costs are, and go from there.
All right, okay.
The challenge there was, we don't have a public works director to do the analysis.
Right.
And, and
It's been on our to-do list for a little while.
yeah.
Even when we, never mind.
But just to clarify, tipping fees of, increasing those affect mostly the haulers.
Correct.
Not the individual
Correct.
homeowners.
Correct. Well, if
As
they might,
much.
They might
if they,
transfer.
they may pay more to the hauler,
Right, which was said earlier, but not,
but not for people who bring it to the transfer station.
yeah. Okay.
Which
And it's
right-
not as frequent that a resident is using a hauler as it is, they're just taking their
It's
trash.
50, half and half.
50-50.
It
50,
is?
it's half and half. Right now, it's half and half. If they raise the fees,
Okay.
that could change. That's what we were referring
Okay.
to before.
That's what you were saying before with yours. Okay.
Garbage sometimes has a way of finding its
It
the
does,
cheapest place.
it does. It does.
Okay, let's see, there's a slight change to senior program fees. That's could be another area where you,
Hopefully
Look
that'll
into
go
it.
up a bit more.
yeah. RECA did not change. We'll see how they do. They increased it to 202 from this particular year. You'll see to 150. Most of that is collected towards the end of the year, so I'm not 100% sure we'll make that 204, but we'll see. There. Center rental, or then change that? No. The next is interest income. That's just a guess. I mean, I put an extra 50,000 here. We're probably going to be around about 900,000 this year, a little less. So we'll probably a little less, but the question is where the rates go. If I do that, then.
Yeah, you
Do
wouldn't be
share.
in this
You
business.
would really retire. You would really retire.
None taken.
Okay, the next is, the big item is the sale of town assets. Here.
Oh,
That's the
wait,
two
can I ask
properties.
just what are donations?
That's, a lot of that's from either the Woodbridge Fathers Baseball League, or if we get other donations throughout the year for various things.
Okay.
It's just a sort of a catch-all.
It's not the
usually what
resident,
we
is
do
it the
is-
resident assistance fund
No,
or no?
no.
Okay,
Usually what we do in this case is, it's for specific purposes,
okay.
and then we transfer it with a transfer to cover an expenditure of some sort.
And then what are anticipated gifts?
That is the reimbursement from the Historical Society for the cost of the Darling
Okay.
Homestead.
Okay,
That's what we call it.
okay, okay.
So it's basically the utilities for the house.
Right, we pay for it and then they
They reimburse us,
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
And the tuition revenue is,
And you see, Amy, just a little side note, the pilot from the Great New Haven Regional Sewer finally disappeared. You remember?
Yes. Mayor DeStefano's way to get himself out of debt. Sorry, that's a whole nother story.
Tony, what was the tuition revenue line for?
That was for $10,000 in tuition, and this was for, that's the current year. This is mainly for the new money from New Haven. So-
Reimbursement for,
For,
us.
Open
Open choice.
Open choice.
If they don't get it to us by a certain time, then we can't recognize it as a revenue in the current year. It's gotta be
Oh,
like,
that's why there's
So it gets all-
fluctuations.
all-
Okay,
Right.
got it.
if they'd gotten it to us, like, I think it's 90 days after the close of the fiscal year, 60 to 90, then you can recognize it as a revenue in that year. But if it's after that, that's why it's here.
Okay.
That's why there's a fluctuation, right?
So, sorry to be a downer, but I do think the sale of town assets, I mean, unless we're planning maybe a third property, I think that number is overly optimistic.
So if you don't make that number, then, as you indicated, it would be a
Put it back-
shortfall, and then we'd have to
Put it
come
into
out.
fund balance.
Right.
might,
Or we can look for another
But
property.
you say there are other ones that are potentially gonna
the
be
theater
ready
lots
within the fiscal year.
particularly
Right.
are
The
like-
theater lots?
Theater lots are the next on the
Okay.
list, if you will.
Okay,
And there is, of course, anything we decide to do on the country club.
I just want to make a sort of comment about this. I typically don't like to do one-time revenues in a budget.
yeah,
But I will say the reason for this is we have a $1.6 million shortfall here.
Right.
If we do this, we'll have assuming there's no other properties in the next year, we'll have a $500,000 shortfall. So it sort of smooths out the shortfall a little, as opposed to get taken and hit all in one year. That's sort of the idea. Because next year, when you do the budget, you won't have, unless you have more properties, so
Right.
you won't have this in here. And therefore,
Additionally, the hope is obviously the properties that you are selling are now generating tax dollars, which will also
could be other things
reduce
to offset
that,
it. Yeah.
which can offset that as well.
I mean, it's not a huge amount, but I just wanted to make that point.
I think
So,
that
I mean, we
the-
could put, I'm sorry, Marie.
I was just gonna say that, the concern was, is that number of, I don't wanna plan for a number in a budget that we know is unrealistic, but if that number is those two properties plus perhaps the theater properties, then that makes more sense that we would attain that.
And the other option is to increase the fund balance appropriation and reduce that number, same, impact. If that's more comfortable in terms of,
I don't like increasing the fund balance.
nor do
I
I.
wouldn't want to do that either.
That's why
I
we
prefer to
didn't,
keep
that's
the
why we
550.
didn't, that's why we
I think that's
did it
one of the
this way.
things that, I think that if we are going to, it looks like we're gonna do some bonding, I don't know how much, and it's one of the things that they look at.
Correct.
Right, Tony?
Correct, absolutely. Yeah.
So,
Well, on the intergovernmental, I mean, we feel pretty confident that we're losing this money on the motor vehicle. I know some of the education funding is still up in the air. It's sort of-
Not a good sign so far in
Well, I saw the
Lamont's budget did not include it.
Right, it doesn't, but there's advocacy happening right now, to change that. So, again, it might not be substantial, but obviously we are projecting the increase in town road aid. I'd certainly like to see the ECS, change. in our favor.
Not expected in terms of talking to the legislatures and then talking to the CCM in particular. Right now, he's looking to do a blue ribbon.
Yeah.
Committee.
I think there's going to be significant pushback.
So you
Oh,
think the
there has been.
Yeah,
656 isn't,
No, I think it should be more. I mean, the ECS
Okay.
hasn't changed in over a decade, but they haven't adjusted for inflation since 2013, and it's affecting every town. It's inappropriate. It needs to change. And so, yes, Lamont's budget doesn't reflect a change, and that's a problem. And so it needs to be addressed, and I plan to be speaking to it, and I expect many other people will be too, because this impacts every town in the state.
Yeah, the towns all got together through CCM specifically last week, I think it was, about a week ago or so, and specifically in Hartford to make a statement with regard to that. And the hope was that we could force a change this year, and unfortunately, it's not looking like that's going to happen. But
Well, right,
There's still time.
their appropriations meeting was today, and their joint, and their hearing
So
this
maybe
this
something
afternoon,
Great.
and they're taking public comment throughout this week about it, and we're not here to get into
Yeah, no.
all the state politics of it all, but, you know, that has been 12, 13 years since there's been any adjustment to inflation. It is just inappropriate. So I would expect at least some adjustment to happen, and keeping it flat is not right.
With the governor's race, I expect it to be a question of politically where they think it's most advantageous to
There's
land.
that too. Well, and since Lamont hasn't made a change at all in his terms,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly. So that's what I plan to say. He's made no changes in 2 terms. You've got to do it.
Okay. So those are the revenue changes. If, I just wanted to do a calculation here. So with the essentially, I just have to do, pull this off a minute.
I guess while Tony is, can I fill the space?
Okay, oh, I got it here, I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, so there were basically two main changes to the budget. There was the reduction of $130,000 for the police air conditioning and an increase of $100,000 for contingency, correct?
correct.
Right.
In
So,
terms of that.
if you make those 2 changes, the total expenditures are 63,
For this
202,
fiscal year.
104
The other ones
for next
the-
year. Yeah.
Wait, repeat 63.
202, 104. The non-tax
Sure.
revenues are 54, what's that?
Can you share it on there or no?
Well, I'm
Okay.
kind of calculating here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing the math.
5,474,157, non-tax revenues. That gives you an amount to be raised in taxes of 57,727,947. And your mill rates are 34.2, which is a 4.84% increase, and the motor vehicle is flat at 32.46.
What was the new percentage, Tony? Instead of 4.9?
4.84.
So, I think there is, considering the hit many residential homeowners took with the reevaluation last year, and a budget recommendation of 4.84% increase, I just strongly encourage the board to consider our town meeting being having a referendum, I should say, having a referendum on this.
Well, you have the
budget.
annual town meeting, and then you
Yes.
adjourn for a referendum, rather than voting in
Voting.
just the referendum. That's
Yeah.
the way it works.
So I just feel like it's important that the people have a say and not just only if a certain number show up to the meeting. That hasn't proven successful in the past, and just given the history of the recent history of financial hardship for townspeople and this proposed budget, I think it's only fair for them to weigh in. It's also recommended, I think, it was the Board of Selectmen provided a referendum on the town budget in our charter revision recommendations
Some
for the,
people.
for
Some
the
of-
Charter
some
Commission.
members.
Was that just us? I thought both.
No, it was just you.
It was just the minority. Well, it was in our recommendations to have an annual referendum to give people more ownership over their taxes and foster more engagement in that process. So I just encourage the board to consider that. I think this is a significant enough change in light of recent hardship to justify it.
I think the challenge is, to go along with that, it's I think those are good things to say, that you want people to take ownership of this, and that is true. In theory, I agree with that. But also, we're here at the point looking at these services. There's nothing here left to do but continue to cut services.
Yeah, but-
so I think that's then, if we are unhappy with that number, the challenge is, okay, so what services do
But
we cut
that's
now?
precisely it, Maria. So tell us, townspeople, this is, you don't wanna pay this, right? I mean, that's my assumption based on all the public comment we heard at the last town budget meeting and throughout the year with reevaluations. So I think this would facilitate hearing that from the town.
So
Tell
what would
us-
the referendum question look like? Would it just be a vote yes or no, or do you
always-
have
it is a
choices of
vote.
services to cut in that? Like, what is that referendum question then? How do
Good
you get
question.
that information from the vote?
And
Good
how do
question.
you assure that the folks understand exactly if there are questions, that you can actually answer the questions? That's specifically the benefit of the town meeting, and the whole purpose of the town meeting is so that you have the resources and you have the individuals who are doing the budget, who can respond to any questions related to the budget with facts and with accuracy. So my sense is, our form of government is a town meeting form of government. That's what we have. And that's what the town meeting is for, specifically to have that discussion.
So you
What we
can-
need to do is get the number of people who are appropriate there so we can have those discussions, so people can understand what needed. My concern with a referendum is it is generally a yes, no. And all it does is say, we don't want the budget, but we have no idea as to what it is. So we're just gonna lower it and just keep doing that until it hits a number that they're satisfied with, or that, so I'm not sure exactly. If we feel that there's some concern with the public accepting our what's recommended, then we should be sitting here identifying other areas we should cut.
Well, can I just interrupt, because I think there's a disconnect about what the process would be. First of all, there's a preliminary budget hearing. We would absolutely encourage everybody to attend, right? And if they can't attend, they can watch it on YouTube, right? So that would be step one. Number two, you have the annual town meeting start. And people can ask questions based on what the final numbers are that the Board of Finance has come up with. And all of that can be recorded. But then you adjourn to have a referendum, so those people who cannot be there at that particular moment in time still get to have a say. So I don't think there's a lack of information by having a referendum. What there is there is a longer period of opportunity for people to weigh in, as opposed to just one moment in time on an evening, which may or may not work for people. There's 16 hours instead of yes, no at a particular budget.
I guess my question is not arguing about the process per se, or questioning, I should say, not arguing, questioning the process. It's, if we're going to ask people, then we need to ask them the right questions so that we can get to the right answers with the budget. It's one thing to say, no, I don't want to pay this. I mean, we all may say that. I mean, that's,
Lower spend.
I certainly
Pay-
don't.
right,
Yeah.
but the question remains, we still have to run the town, maintain our infrastructure, and provide services. So the question to ask is, what do people want to cut, if that's the case? And that's, to provide direction. I mean, that's to me what the input should be. Just yes or
Yes,
no,
and
that
we-
doesn't
and
help
we
me
will-
understand what the priorities of the people who are living in the town are right now, and what they value, and what services they'd like to see continue or not continue. And I think it's important to let people know we are still continuing to look for efficiencies in the system. So I would want a process that if people would like to give and should give input, it's to get us to an end. It's constructive, so that we understand what direction to go in, as opposed to a yes, no, and then we're back at the table talking about items that we don't know what the priorities of the people who voted no are.
Well, we can manage our town meeting that would come before the referendum in such a way where we solicit that information, which I felt and communicated to Mika, and you at the time agreed, Mika, this was not a public conversation, but was a missed opportunity at our last town meeting, that we didn't solicit that input. What are you willing to live without? What are you willing to have less of? Reduce library hours, higher fees at the transfer station, whatever it might be. I think we can play a more engaged role, manage our town meeting to get that information if prudent. I think ultimately it's the board. I think we should, if we're not meeting again with the Board of Finance, but it might be helpful to see what they think about having a referendum. And they could potentially help us frame the question. But, if it were me, I could see a scenario where, given the financial hardship of last year and how much the cost of living has increased for people, that this budget year, we're not increasing more than the rate of inflation of what has been increased. In terms of capital planning, that could be, at least operationally, in terms of capital planning, obviously we're kind of in this situation in part due to lack of, we just haven't been able to give the money over recent years to be on top of this a little better. But I think dollars would need to be spent there. But anyways, I think there's an opportunity here to engage the people more meaningfully and bring this to a referendum. It's almost twice the rate of inflation.
Well, obviously, the Board of Finance is going to work with this,
Yes.
and I think our purposes tonight aren't to address
Yes,
the issue that
I
you
agree.
brought up.
I just wanted to plant the seed.
I'm happy to talk about it at an appropriate time. I think for now, I think we're at.
Well, can you just answer when is the appropriate time to talk about this? After Board of
Well-
Finance meets.
I mean, it may be, I don't know actually, because our charter dictates how we do some of the things. If we need to make any change via ordinance or not in terms of how we conduct our meeting, but I would say our March meeting or our April meeting, we're ahead of it, we would talk about it then.
Okay.
In terms of
And
how,
then there's an
how we
agenda
work.
that's called for the annual town meeting, when you guys discuss the,
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be the time, but I do know that there's actually
An agenda
item for the Board of Selectmen that is
And we have
called for the meeting.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
people, if
Additionally-
we do referendum, that people have time,
Sure.
we have time to properly advertise it and plan for it. So, don't want to save it to the last
No,
minute,
of course, of course.
But I understand your point
Yeah.
and appreciate it.
Uh.
So, thanks for letting me
Yeah,
get that
of
out
course,
there,
yeah.
and I think about it, more to talk about.
If we're not happy with we should be looking at what else we can do, is my feeling.
Right, so if we're wanting to get it down below this.
Right, if we're looking to get it down to the rate of inflation, we recognize by looking at this budget that means cutting programs or cutting people. So those are very hard choices to make, but nonetheless, if that's what we're looking for, I think it's disingenuous is maybe the right word, to indicate that there's a potential that we can get to a particular level but not have the stomach to go ahead and do it ourselves, is really, what I'm saying. In other words, we're doing what we feel is the best thing we can do in order to operate the town and in order to minimize the impact to the taxpayers. If we feel there's more we should be doing, then we should be doing it. And based on this budget and based on what we've looked at, the only way to do that is to affect people, which many towns do, or to affect programs.
Well, one option, I think we can talk about it in March, is to put out a budget, or at least some sample of what it would take to get to your point, Maria, to get to 2.5. If we say 2.5, what would it look like, this, working with the Board of Finance, just to come up with, it would be, a hypothetical. And one version is just cut everybody across the board. You could have a few different scenarios, which just are preliminary, just to give people a sense of impact.
Right.
But that might be helpful for the preliminary budget hearing.
And I think that's what I'm getting at. I think without context for what the consequences of budget cuts in certain areas are, I think it's difficult. I mean, I remember being at, and I don't remember if it was a preliminary budget hearing or the town meeting, but, people would come up with line items and it was the EMS line item, and you can't, that's not a service that we can cut, that's a service we have to provide. But people don't know unless you wouldn't necessarily know what was in that line item or what that description meant unless you were a part of, this conversation. So it's, if we're going to reach out for information, I think it needs to be meaningful information that we're gathering, and people need to understand what those decisions mean for their services.
And although you have the opportunity to have that discussion in the preliminary and at the budget meeting, Amy, it's, like you said, you're not going to get the significant portion of the population there. It's one of the reasons they say the requirement is 250 as opposed to the larger portion. But, and if that's the case, then obviously there are going to be people who just don't have the opportunity to ask those questions or answer the questions appropriately in terms of what's happening. So.
The other thing that's factored into this, and Tony, tell me if I'm wrong here, if you took rising health insurance costs out of this.
No, you can't.
I'm just saying,
The point
if
is
those
that's where
came
a lot
out
of it
of the equation, and I've seen that, done in budgeting to explain to people what's inflating these budgets, because healthcare costs are certainly not at the rate of inflation, right? Health insurance and all of those things. I would imagine, I'm sure Tony can do this just off the top of his head, that if you took all of the rising health insurance costs for providing health insurance to employees, including the school, what's in the school board contracts.
And police.
And everybody, right? My guess is you'd probably be pretty close to inflation.
You would
With
be
the rest of the
definitely a lot
town budget.
closer.
Well, if that were
So that's just a
True.
big factor
I would
that
say
I think
it's
is
healthcare
impacting.
and healthcare and retirement.
Yep.
The MERS charge are the two areas that have inflated over the past.
So
Right.
there's a
More so
scenario-
than the
No,
rate
that's
of
a
inflation.
good point, Lauren. I mean, there's a scenario though where we have the only operational increases be those. In our recommendation, Board of Finance, has their
And-
own.
Well, we have to meet
And salary.
contractual
and salary.
requirements
Yeah,
for
but
salaries
have
as
those
well.
things that are negotiated, that we can't really.
And we have
We
to count for
started our debts.
inflation for utilities as well. Yep.
We started our capital budget, Tony and myself, when we worked on this, specifically with debt service. What is it that we absolutely have to pay for?
Yeah.
Right.
And then we work from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's, I understand that's part of what we do.
Yeah.
If you look at salaries, the 2.5% for the union is contracted.
Yeah.
So if you start divvying those up during the preliminary board meeting or preliminary annual preliminary meeting, it is important that it's presented in such a way as people can clearly define specifically where those increases are.
Yeah, I mean, none of us want our
However-
taxes to go up.
Right,
You know?
that's what I was gonna say. However, given an opportunity to say yes or no to an increase in my taxes, if I'm sitting at home with no information whatsoever, it's a very good possibility I can go out and vote no, with having no information whatsoever, and not understanding what those implications are at all.
Well, I
So-
suppose that would be our job, is to help get that
I agree.
information out there.
That we can do and we should do.
Yeah.
I think that's we can do and we should do.
Well, and then we need the capacity to do that.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's,
Yeah.
you know, Mika hosts talks and goes up, but again, that's, how is that getting out there? Who is that getting out there to?
Mm-hmm.
Probably publishing it in the New Haven Register is not gonna do it.
No.
Right.
You know,
That's
we
right.
send out,
We've
we send
learned.
out the note, in mail, you know, at some point when, I forget what point, maybe it's the preliminary budget that gets mailed out to everyone after the Board of Finance, approves it, so there's only so many ways that we can get to the folks. But also to your point, Andrea, and, you know, I think we are trying to keep this as little as possible, and
Yeah.
part of the directive to the departments was to, you know, imagine a 0%, you know, imagine a zero increase, and they came to us with what they came to us, acknowledging that that was a huge challenge, and
I
this
think
is
a
where we
piece-
are.
Yeah, I think an important piece to communicate would be the percentage of the budget that had to increase outside of
Yeah.
benefits,
That would be
contractual
helpful.
requirements,
Yeah,
and
that's-
inflation to account for utilities and actually utilities
I
services
think
that
that
we.
would be a good communication.
That's like your teacher salaries need to be competitive. We just talked about the police
Of course,
officer, right?
yeah, no
All of
one's-
those things in an environment where you have a teacher shortage, you know,
And a police
nationally.
shortage.
Certainly regionally, where teachers can cross state lines and have reciprocity in things like that. You have the same thing playing out with police. So all these contractual obligations are certainly a factor. And I think that's really, you know, like I said, I don't want my taxes to go up either. You know, it would be great to not raise taxes at all. But these are really significant factors that do impact, you know,
Yes.
really important parts of this
I'm
community.
not disagreeing or
Yeah.
saying anything.
So I think that, I
about
mean,
them.
maybe that's something that we tease out for residents to help them understand some of those factors. I think that would be really helpful. And again, I know that there's a lot of work that Tony's doing, and he doesn't
But if I-
need more jobs.
But if I could, the way we fix this is by not putting all of these expenditure increases on homeowners, but actually growing our grand list with non-residential, commercial/business growth, so that we can do some of this, so,
There's no argument from anyone on
but we may have to.
with regard to that.
But
That's,
we have to make that, as we look at personnel issues, we have to make that a priority. That's the only way out of this do loop.
Well, I think we've reinvigorated, you know, EDC over the last 2 years and, you know, made strides to make that a priority.
putting resources in place to be able to change the zoning that would be required in order for us to do these types of things. But that's all, you know, yeah, that's
And you don't change that in
overnight.
6 months.
No.
You don't
It's a
change that in
longer
6
planning
months.
process, so that's the other piece
There
of
are-
trying to find this balance while all of that work.
There are opportunities. There are opportunities for growth, and they could include commercial. So, the sooner we can get
Yeah,
that
they
working,
must include commercial.
well, yeah. Yeah, there's people who want to do commercial in the country club as well. So that would include, obviously, would increase our commercial property. Doesn't all have to be down there, but,
I mean,
So-
a proposal came to the 2022 Board of Selectmen that it recommended selling part of it for commercial. I mean, that would, yeah. So anyways, what are we on to now that it's 9 PM? For,
I think we're done.
We're done.
are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we approve the revenue? We'd have to,
we
So we-
indicated what we're sending to
We
the
indicated.
Board of
Did we
Board
do
of
it?
Finance.
did we actually vote on that?
Did you vote on the numbers I gave
We
you?
voted on
Last-
operational
And
The
capital.
numbers,
And
this-
capital.
and
But not on-
capital,
Vote on the
do we
but
have,
not on,
The total.
No,
The
we
mill
were
rate.
going through the final numbers on the last slide, and then
Do you have
we're
those,
still talking.
did you have those written down?
But, and those, is it like an
No, I
audit? We
missed
just
one of them.
accept them? We don't approve them, right?
Well, I think
The
we.
revenue estimates?
They're just part of the,
They're just part of it. I feel
what
like
you
the
were
operating is those
recommending
two
to
of
the.
the-
Yeah, we
it's
did
just
that.
they're called
so we
revenue
did it.
estimates.
We're done.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
But you haven't actually recommended like a mill rate.
no.
Do we do that
No.
or the Board of
No,
No, we
Finance
don't.
still that?
no, you pass that
We-
on to the Board of Finance.
yeah, we
Yeah.
provide
be
the Board of
passing this.
Finance a summary of the
Summary
summary
of-
sheet that Tony just provided with the
read.
numbers that we just,
Right.
Yeah.
that
The
we
numbers
just,
you just recalculated.
So we need to do that.
Correct.
So I'll make the motion that we
Do
refer
you have the numbers?
I have them scribbled.
You have them
on
written,
my
scribbled
paper.
down.
I have, so I'll make the motion that we refer the final summary sheet, the number I have is 57,727,947,
Correct?
which equates to a 34.2 mill rate.
Correct.
And a 4.84%
Yep.
increase.
That's it.
I recommend we pass that on to the Board of Finance for continued work.
With the understanding that we're waiting for healthcare numbers and a revised Amity Board of Education budget.
Right.
With that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Does that include the capital? It does not, right, Tony?
Includes the capital.
It
Includes the
includes the capital?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
Includes, okay, got it.
More discussion, all in favor? Those opposed?
Can you just reset 54?
What do you want,
57.
57,
Make a motion to adjourn?
So
57, 727, 947.
Austin.